Business Analyst training program. So before we start the course and you understand what you are going to learn, let me show you a Business Analyst job posting and you will understand what actually Business Analyst doing and what's the expectation in the job market. Okay, so this is sample job posting. You see, the job posting start with a team is building a software application. So this what is the opportunity always you see, what's that that team is building a software application for some booking application like a taxi ride or airplane, or if you come to banking, a team is building to check deposit, team is building a application for the currency exchange or for the loan application. So the first step is in the job description you can see what that specifically team is building in the software. So next what you will do, right? So you can see, if you don't understand these things, don't worry, just to give you an idea what you are going to learn to become a business analyst. Okay, so you will see something requirement management and business process modeling, business analysis, project delivery, risk analysis and management, and some stakeholder and relationship management. So these are required in order to work in a software development project as a business analyst. And see, if you are wondering what type of education is required, so it's nice to have a bachelor degree, but it's not mandatory. So if you have a bachelor degree, any sector, that's fine, arts, commerce, business, finance, or science, or engineering, anything, that's fine. And nice to have experience with waterfall, agile. So these are software development SDLC process. So you'll learn these methodologies in detail. So but you need to understand this concept very well. Okay, so what we are going to cover in this course, these job skills like agile methodology, analytical thinking, business data analysis, and all of these job skills you will learn. You will be using different projects to cover this one banking project to learn these all skills. Okay, so before I talk about the introduction, what we are going to cover, I want to give you an understanding how much salary you can expect if you become a business analyst. So these are all online data. This is again one more declaration. These are Canadian dollar rates. Canada is specific, but if you are watching this demos or courses from other countries, but you can get an idea. If you Google search, you can get this data, but you have to know how much is your salary before you go to an interview, so that you can answer to the how much your salary expectation every interview. This is a very important question, so you can answer specifically, give a right answer to that question without asking less or higher amount. Okay, so as far I know, there is no junior business analyst role exist. Nowadays projects hire, they expect business analyst should perform like a lead level or senior level, but I do see this data exist in online, so that's why I'm just giving an idea. So business analyst, if you are a new student and if you are new to this world, so you can apply this range. So it's saying 0 to 5 experience, but your case you don't have any experience here, so let's assume no experience, even though it's data saying 60,000 to 105. So you can start asking anything above 70,000. So maybe if you are low confidence, you have to do a Google search, go to Glassdoor and other online resource, see what that company is offering. So it's safe to ask anything above 65,000 to 80,000 if you are starting as a new role without experience. Okay, senior level you can ask anything about 80,000 and above. Lead business analyst, I don't need to talk about, because if you become a business analyst and senior business, you have an idea. So by this time you have a good understanding, 5 to 6 years experience, so you know what is the salary range to ask. But just to give an idea, you can ask anything about over 100,000. Okay. So this the next level, principal. Some projects need a principal, a business analyst, a business solution expert, so they can earn more than 100,000. It's similar to the lead business analyst. Okay, so these are area in Toronto area if you are planning to apply. So again, just a summary: if you are starting as a business analyst, you can ask anything above 70,000 based on the project. If you have experience, you can bump it up a little bit, and you can ask like 80 to 90k. I would recommend to keep the big starting this one, so 70 90, not to the upper level. And also technical business analyst, yes, you can ask 90 to 100,000, and we don't need to talk about this because already it's covered. Okay, so just to summarize, three categories I think I have put here. Start with 65 to 75, and if you are senior, ask 100, anything above 80 to 100, and next level you can ask over 100,000. So 65, 75, 80 to 100, or then 100. So these are the three categories you can start with. Okay, and if you are a contractor, so bank, they hire contingent workers, lot of contract projects. So the agency will ask what's the hourly rate you are expecting. So if you are a business analyst, I would say the three categories we are talking about, right? The senior or business analyst, you can beginning, you can ask $35 per hour to 50 is safe to ask. 55 you can ask, and senior you can ask 85, 85 to 90, I would say less than 100. Okay, so even though it's say 120, 85 to 100, it's safe to ask, you will get the job. More than if it is project specific, if you have 10 years experience, yes, you can ask over $100. Usually the consultancy, the recruiter calling you, he or she will provide you the hourly rate also. So first you can ask what is the hourly rate they are offering. If it is fit your expectation, you can confirm that hourly rate is good for you, because why you get high pay rate here for the contractors, because you have to do your own taxes, so that's why you are getting hourly rate, higher rate here. Okay, so just to summarize, if you are a beginner, new graduate, start asking 70 and 85k, it's safe to ask. With the domain knowledge and everything, you can ask 80 to 100,000, and more than the third level you can ask over 100,000. Okay, so that's the salary range. Now let's jump into what we are going to cover here. Okay, so now let's understand. Many people think a business and spend their entire life writing requirements documents, right? That's not true. So a business analyst here, let me highlight this one. So a business analyst is a problem solver, right? So what problem we are solving? So let's understand that one. Business analyst help business understand their problem, identify opportunities, and work with different teams to deliver solutions. So software solutions here we are talking about. Okay, let's take example. Think your daily life. So when you order online food, transfer money, and ATM, you are using ATM. There are many people and process and software system working together behind the scenes, right? Like to get a final product or service on your hand, behind the scene there are technologies working behind the scene, there are process involved, and there are many people involved, that one, right? So business analyst help organization understand how all those pieces fit together. It's a very important role. So in this course we will start with fundamentals, like you will learn how business operate, we will learn how software system work, and we will learn how requirement gathered and documented. And also you have seen the job posting, right? It's asking, let me show you again here. This nice to have this information, right? So we will learn Agile, Scrum, process mapping. So how the software is developed, like SDLC, software development lifecycle, and how the requirements is documented, like user stories and BRDs, and technical component like how the data is transferred using API, and how the data is stored in databases, and how these all integrated together. That's a system integration. So most importantly, we will learn how banking system work, because we are going to use the banking as the domain. So we will we will help banks to develop software using our business analysis. Okay, so by end of this program, you'll understand real banking projects, like customer onboarding, account opening, loan origination, credit card processing, payment processing, fraud detection, online banking system. So what we will your takeaway going to be end of this program, you will be using this project, so use cases from these scenarios, so that you can understand clearly the concept what we are going to discuss. You will also create a real business analyst deliverable, including like you will be working like a business analyst, not only watching or listening. So you can practice along with me. So you will get to know how to write BRD, business requirement documents, and process flow, how to document the business process, and how to write user stories, acceptance criteria, stakeholder analysis, and Jira artifacts. So throughout the course, I'll teach using simple real-world examples before introducing the technical concepts. My goal is not simply teach you theory. My goal is help you think like, work like a business analyst. That's the main primary goal. Is it's a virtual training, so you can follow along and you can practice what I'm explaining here. Okay, so by end of this training, you should be able to confidently discuss business analyst concept, and understanding the banking project what we are going to use. You can relate it those one, and participate in agile teams, right? So agile we are going to discuss, and business you can use this knowledge to pass your interviews. Okay, so thank you for joining me on this journey. So let's get started with the module 1, which is how business work. Okay, so let's jump into lesson 1. So before we learn software system, agile, and user stories, APIs, database, or banking, we need to understand one important question: why do business exist? You know, think about your daily life. When you wake up in the morning, you probably use product or services from many different businesses. You may buy a coffee from your favorite coffee shops like a Starbucks, or you may shop at your favorite grocery store, Walmart, or other grocery stores. You may use online shopping like Amazon, right? So you may use banking app to check your account balance. You may use booking softwares like Uber or airplane, hotel booking, those kind of things. All of these business are different, right? So if you see, these all one common thing, these are business, and but business are different. But what is the common thing here? There's a common thing here. All the business, why they exist, they are try to solve a customer problem, right? So here, a grocery store help people buy food, right? A bank help people store and manage money, right, to fulfill their day-to-day financial needs. An airplane help people travel. A hospital help people receive medical care. A business exit because customer have a need. So this is very, very important to think like a business analyst. When a business successfully solve that need, customer willing to pay for the service. That payment becomes for the business revenue, right? So let's look at a simple example. Imagine you are there is no grocery store wherever city you are living. If you want to buy milk, bread, eggs, fruits, and vegetables, you would need to visit a multiple farms and supply. That would be this is very time consuming, difficult, right? So a grocery store solve problem by bringing products together. So this is very important. If you understand the grocery store, so grocery store is helping to bring the product together. Otherwise you have to go to a different farm, right? Like buy fruits and vegetable one farm, X one farm, and you have to go to a supplier who make bread. So you have to visit multiple places, right? So consumer receive convenience, right? So the grocery store earn revenue, both side benefit. This simple concept is called value. Business create values for customers, customer provide revenue to business. Now let's think like a business analyst. A business analyst, we must always understand. So there are 4 items. I have highlighted only 3 because these 3 questions, every time you write a requirement, you get a requirement, you need to understand why we are building this one. So who is the customer? First thing you need to understand, who is the user, who is the consumer, or who is the client. So there are different terminology in the banking. We use client or customer, but when it comes to a software, we use the terminology user, but it's all referred to one. Who is the person using that service? So who is the customer here? What problem are they trying to solve? How does the business solve that problem? How does the business make money? So these 4 questions will follow us through our entire business analyst career. Before moving to next lesson, remember this rule: every business exists to solve a business problem and create value for the customers. So that's the end of our lesson 1. I'll see you guys on lesson 2. Thank you. So we learned that business exists to solve customer problems. Now let's learn how work gets done inside a business. Imagine Sarah walks into a Walmart to buy milk. So Walmart is a grocery store in Canada. So this sounds like a very simple activity, right? So Sarah enters the store, Sarah picks up milk, Sarah pays, Sarah leaves. So why I'm documenting this one, so you'll understand in a few seconds. Okay, just listen. So the entire process takes only few minutes. But did Sarah buy a milk by herself? No. Many people work together. Someone ordered the milk from the supplier. So we try to understand the bigger picture overall. Okay, someone ordered the milk from suppliers. So Walmart doesn't produce any milk. Walmart sell milk, right? So someone provide this milk to Walmart to sell this one. Someone transport the milk to store. That's another process. So logistic transportation. Someone stock in the cells, right? So that's another process. Someone maintain the inventory. Who knows how many packets are there and when to store. These are the inventory management. Someone process the payment, right? Like at the cashier. Someone manage the store. So each person performed a small task, right? So together they delivered a service to the customer, our customer Sarah. So this called business process. So this entire all the steps whatever I highlighted, so this the entire business process. A business process is simply a series of activities performed to achieve a business goal. So as a business analyst, when you are start writing requirements, when you are capture requirement, very important, you need to understand the business process. When I refer to business process, it's a detailed step what's happening behind the scene. Okay, so this is a goal. In this example is simple: sell milk to the customer. This one activity, right? The Walmart sell milk to the customer, but behind the scene, this all the people are involved. As a business analyst, one of our most important responsibilities is to understanding the business process. So this is very important. Let me highlight a business analyst main responsibility is understand the business process. Okay, we study what happens first, right? So we study what happens first, what happened next, who performs each activity, what information is needed, what could go wrong, right? So business analysts spend much of their time understanding and improving business process. Before moving to the next lesson, remember this rule: every service delivered to customer is supported by a business process working behind the scenes. I'll see you guys in lesson 3. In lesson 2, we learn that every business has process that help deliver products and service to customer, right? Now we are going to learn the most important skills of a business analyst. How to think like a business analyst. Okay, so as a business analyst, look at everyday activities differently. A normal customer sees the final result. A business analyst looks behind the scenes. Okay, so let's use a simple example. So we are going to use the same customer. Our customer Sarah visit bank because she want to open a bank account. Okay, so this is the scenario. So from Sarah's perspective, the process looks simple. She walks into the bank, she provides her information, the bank's employee create her account, Sarah receive her account number. She can now use online banking. Okay, very simple process for the customer perspective. But a business analyst asks different question. What information does Sarah need to provide, right? This information. Okay, so let me highlight this information. How does bank verify our identity, right? Like it's not like anyone can go give their information, bank give account number. That's not right the case, right, in the real world. So who approves the account? What systems are involved? Where is the customer information stored? So this is your checklist every time when you get a requirement. Okay, what happens if Sarah information cannot be verified? What happens if system is unavailable? These questions help understand the complete business process. Again, let me repeat: what information, data Sarah need to provide, customer need to provide, what does bank verify her identity, how does the bank verify, business rules, how who approves the account, right, who is the stakeholder, what systems are involved, where is the customer information stored, what happens if SAR information cannot be verified, exception handling. These are one. What happens if the system is available, right, how to proceed with this. These questions help us understand complete business process. So now next, a business analyst thinks about 5 things: people, okay, who is involved in the process, example customer, bank employee, manager, compliance team, fraud team, technology team. Process, second one is process, what steps are performed, example customer submit application, employee review information, identify verification is completed, account is created, customer receive confirmation. So these are the process involved, right? Information, what data is required, example customer name, date of birth, address, government ID, phone number, email address. So what information we collected from Sarah. Systems, what technology supports the process, example mobile banking application, customer database, core banking system, fraud detection system, notification system. And rules, what business rules must be followed, example customer must be at least 18 years old, identity must be verified, required documents must be provided, regulatory checks must be completed. So this exercise, think like a BA. Imagine you are a business analyst working at a bank. A customer wants to apply for a personal loan. Okay, so this is a scenario. Answer these 3 questions: people, who is involved, process, what step might happen, information, what information does the bank need, system, what system might be involved, what rules might the bank follow. So you can search these questions. You can use online, or like you can go to Google, or like you can call actual loan application, like you can call a customer care, or you can visit a website and try to answer this question by yourself. Okay, so this is your example. So this scenario, loan apply scenario, and identify these 4 components, 4 or 5 component. So our lesson summary: as a business analyst, what does not only look at what happens. Okay, a business analyst does not only look at what happens. A business analyst is to understand who performs the work, this customer or user, how the work is performed, who is doing what. So who is doing what information is required, right? This the data, what systems support the work, what rules control the process, like business rules. This way of thinking allows business analysts to understand problem and create better solution. Before moving forward, remember this rule: a business analyst connects people, process, information, system, and business rule to solve problem. So I'll see you guys in lesson 4. Thank you. We learned that business exists to solve customer problem, right? So in and business analyst study how work gets done. Okay, so there are two things. One is how the business process work, and business analyst study how to provide a solution. Okay, so now we are going to start our journey into a banking domain. So before becoming a banking business analyst, we need to understand one simple question: how does a bank work? Many people think a bank is just a place where we deposit and withdraw money, right? So but a modern bank is more than that. A bank is a business that provide financial service to customers. Those services include like opening a bank account, depositing and withdrawing money. You are familiar of this one, right? Sending and receiving payment, providing loans, issuing credit cards, debit cards, protecting customer from fraud, providing online banking service like investment. Behind every banking service there are people, remember, right? It's applicable uh, for any business. Behind the scene there are people, process, system, information, rules working together. Let me highlight this one. So as a business, and it doesn't matter which domain you are going to work, like healthcare, you are to work financial domain or entertainment domain, anywhere you need to understand who is the customer, that's our user, what process involved and what system involved, what data we need to collect information, what business rules are applicable. Okay, so these are the your key template to get your requirement. Okay, so now let's understand these things using a scenario. We continue with our customer Sarah open a bank account, that scenario. Okay, so imagine Sarah wants to open a new checking account, you know, right? So from Sarah's perspective the process looks simple. She downloads the banking mobile application here, and she enter her personal information. She upload her identification like ID card. We are talking about ID card or utility bill to verify the address. She submit the application. After approval she receive a new account number. Okay, now Sarah can deposit money, pay bills, transfer money, use her debit card, access online banking. But what happened behind the scene? Can you tell me? Many people and system work together, right? So think like a business analyst here. Let's look behind the scene. Step 1, customer application. So we are breaking down the process, what happened in order to provide account number to Sarah, right? So Sarah provide this information, right? Name, date of birth. These are the information Sarah provide, right? Address, phone number, email address. The mobile application collect this information. Step 2, identify verification. Now the information provided here, system has to verify, someone has to verify, right? The bank needs to confirm if Sarah really the person that claims to be, right? That's the question we try to verify here. To know your customer, KYC verification. The bank may check government identification, credit information, previous bank history, fraud databases. So just to validate if she's a good customer or if she's the right customer. Number 3, compliance check. Bank must follow government regulations. The bank perform checks such as KYC, AML, sanction screening. The rules help prevent illegal activities, right? Account creation. After approval, the banking system creates Sarah's account. The system stores customer information, account number, account type, account status. right? So step number 5, customer notification. Now everything pass. Sarah received confirmation message, account details, welcome email. Now Sarah, she can start using her account, right? So let's understand this is how the banking system work together to in order to create a Sarah's bank account. The system mobile banking app collect customer information. Customer management system store the customer detail. Identity verification system confirm customer identity. Fraud detection system checks suspicious activity. Core banking system creates and manage accounts. Notification system send message to customer. Okay, so business analyst view, a customer see a mobile app account created. A business analyst sees customer, this the flow, mobile application, identity verification system, compliance check, fraud detection system, core banking system, notification system, customer account is created. This is the flow, right? So this homework, this exercise for you, like think like a business analyst. Imagine you are a business analyst assigned to build a new account opening system. Okay, answer this question: who are the stakeholders? Okay, so you can go to your mobile banking if you don't know, or you can Google search, or you can call a customer care. You can ask this question and you can fill up this one. Example, customer, right? What information is required? You can write all your stakeholder here. What information is required? So you can ask your customer care agent, or you can find out from a website, right? To open a new account, what information is required here. I just provide only name. We discuss in the lesson also what systems are involved, right? I just provide one example. You can list everything. What business rules exist? Customer identity must be verified. This is just example, but you can fill up everything here as exercise. Okay, so lesson summary: a bank is not just building. Bank is a collection of people, process, systems, information, and rules working together to provide financial services. A banking business analyst must understand both the customer's business need, a technology that support the business process. Before moving forward, remember this rule: banking service is delivered when people, process, system, information, and rules work together successfully. Okay, that's it for lesson number 4. I'll see you guys on lesson number 5. Thank you. In the previous lesson, we learned how a customer open a bank account and how many people, process, and system work together behind the scenes, right? So today we will learn about the different systems that make modern banking possible. So as a business analyst, you do not need to build these systems. However, you must understand each of this does. Okay, why the system exists, what information it handles. So, okay, how system communicate with each other. This knowledge allows you to work effectively with business teams, developers, architects, and testers. So let me highlight, this is the team you are going to work with you. What is a banking system? A banking system software application that help banks perform its daily operations. A single bank does not use one system for everything. Different systems perform different responsibilities. Think about your grocery store. A cashier system handles payment. Inventory system tracks products. Employee system manages staff information. A bank works the same way. So different systems handle different banking activities. Major banking system. Let's look at the most common system used in banking. Okay. Core banking system, that's the first one. Core banking system is one of the most important system in a bank. In the central system that manage customer accounts and financial transaction. It store information such as customer accounts, account balances, deposits, withdrawals, transactions, interest calculations. Example, Sarah check her account balance using her mobile banking app. The mobile app does not calculate the balance. it only displayed. But where this balance come, let's understand. It's required the information from core banking systems. Core banking system response Sarah's account balance is 5,000, for example. Okay, so number 2, mobile banking system. The mobile banking system allows customer to access banking service using their phones. Customers can check account balance, transfer money, pay bills, deposit checks, manage cards. Example, Sarah opens her banking app. She clicks transfer money. The app send her request to other banking system. Right? Online banking system. That's another system. Online banking allow customer to access their service through a website. Customer can view statement, transfer fund, manage accounts, update personal information. The website connects with internet banking system, complete customer request. So payment system, the payment system handle money movement. Example, debit card payments, credit card payments, electronic payments, bill payments. Example, Sarah buys groceries using her debit card. The payment process involve customers, payment terminal, permanent network, bank system, approval response. Right, this is the flow. Fraud detection system, bank must protect customers and their money. Fraud detection system analyze transaction and look for suspicious activity. For example, Sarah automatically use her card in Toronto. Suddenly transaction appears from another country. The fraud system may identify this is unusual activity. It may approve the transaction, request additional verification, and block the transaction. Right? Number 6, customer relationship management, very important. CRM system help bank manage customer relationship. It will store information such as customer interaction, service requests, complaints, customer preference. Example, Sarah calls her bank about a problem. The customer service employee used the CRM system with Sarah's history. Think like a business analyst. Imagine you are working in a new banking feature. So if you are wondering what is a feature, let me quickly cover this one. Feature is a user-facing capability that delivers business value, like password reset, shopping cart, dark mode. Right? Functionality, the detailed behavior that makes a feature work. Sending reset email, validating passwords, expiring tokens. So feature, what you are building. Functionality, how it behaves. Right? Okay, let's go back to our lesson here. So imagine you are working on a new banking feature. Allow customers to temporarily block their debit card using a mobile app. This is a feature. So as a business analyst, you would ask questions like, why does the customer need this feature? Right? What problem are we solving? Who will use this feature? Process question, what happens when customers clicks block card? What happens after the card is blocked? How does the customer unblock the card? System questions, which systems are involved? Mobile banking system, card management system, core banking system, notification system. So data questions, what information is required? Customer ID, customer number, card status, transaction history. So let's do exercise. Match this system which is responsibility. System and core banking. So core banking, what provide banking service through the mobile devices, detects suspicious activity, manage customer account, process money movement, manage customer relationship. Okay, I'll leave it to you. What's the answer here? Okay, mobile banking, you can find the right choices here. Fraud detection system, you can find the right choice here. CRM system, and you can find the right system here. Payment system, you can find the right choices here. Okay, so these all from the above discussion. So lesson summary, mobile banking depends on many systems work together. The customer sees a simple action, transfer money, but behind the action Mobile banking system send requests, security system verify the customer, fraud system check the transaction, payment systems move the money, core banking system update the account. A banking business analyst must understand how these systems work together. Remember this rule: a banking application is not one system, it's a group of connected systems working together to deliver a banking service. That's the end of lesson 5. I'll see you guys with the lesson 6. We learned that banks use many different systems to provide service to customers. Today we are going to understand the foundation behind all the systems. So we will learn what's the software application is, very important. How does an application work? What happens when a customer clicks a button? What are the main parts of a software system? Very important. This knowledge is extremely important for a business analyst to become. Every banking project involves softwares, right? So this is not only the banking project, any project, this is important. Okay, so because we are using the business domain as banking, so that's why I mentioned banking project. So any project, this is very important to understand the requirement. So what is a software application? A software application is a program that allows user to perform a specific task. Okay, so the software application is a program that allows user to perform a specific task. So here user is our customer and specific task is it's a business process, right? It's a manual world. Remember, Sarah opened a bank account. Sarah is the customer, which is user. Specific task, Sarah opened a bank account, or Sarah view the account balance. Example: a mobile banking app allows customer to manage their money. A shopping app allows customer to buy product. An ATM application allows customer to withdraw cash. A loan application system allows bank employees to proceed loan applications. A software application helps people to complete business activity. There are many scenarios and use cases involved, but these are some examples to that, just to understand the concept. So simple example, let's look at the banking application. Sarah opened her mobile banking application. She enters her username password. She clicks login. From Sarah's perspective, it looks simple. She only clicked one button, but behind the scenes many activities are happen. So what happens when Sarah clicks login? Let's understand. Step 1, user interface. User interface is like UI. It's like your remote control. So if you can see your remote control or your keyboard, you see some buttons, right? That's the user interface, what you see. But when you click that, press that button, when you click delete button, it delete your text. But when you click your volume increase button, it increase the volume on your TV. So that's the user interface, what you see on remote control, like what you actually see. That's a user interface. Sarah interacts with the mobile application, the screen where she enters her username and password called the user interface, right? Where Sarah enters the information, that's a user interface. Very important, you need to understand. We'll be using this terminology going forward to discuss all the lessons. Okay, so the UI collects her information. Examples: username Sarah 123, password 1234, whatever. So then it sent the request. Step 2, backend system. The backend receives Sarah's login request. The backend contains the logic. It detects the customer registered. Is the password correct? Is the account correct or active? Backend communicates with the other system. So step number 3, database. The database store information: customer name, username, encrypted password, account information, transaction history. The backend checks the database to verify the Sarah's information. So you don't need to worry about the front end UI and the business process and the database. We'll be covering and we'll be discussing in different lesson in detail. So just to understand the process, just you can watch. Step number 4, response. After verification, the backend sends a response. It's successful, either or login successful. It's if unsuccessful, invalid username or password. You are seeing this message, right? The application displays a result to Sarah. Think like a business analyst. A customer sees login button, account dashboard. A business analyst sees user interface. Okay, so this is from the customer perspective, but now you are a business analyst, how you would read or you will interpret these screens, user interface, backend service, database, security validation, response message. The three main parts of a software application. Most applications have three major components: front end, UI, user interface. The front end is what user sees in the interact with, example mobile app screen, website pages, buttons, forms, menus, and questions. A BA asks what does a user need to see, what information should be displayed, what action should be the user perform. Backend, the backend is where business rules and processing happen. Example, valid login, calculate login eligibility, process payment, create accounts. Questions, BA asks what business question is required, what decision must the system make, what happens after user action. So number 3, the database store information. Example, customer records, account details, loan application information, transaction history. Questions as a BA asks what information need to be stored, what information need to be retrieved, how is data related. Real banking example, customer open a mobile banking app, customer clicks transfer $500, the process mobile app, the backend service, security check, fraud detection system, payment system, core banking system, database update, confirmation message. The customer sees transfer completed, but many systems work together. So answer the following questions. Okay, which part of the application does the customer interact with? Database, front end, back end. Okay, so you can find the answer from the lesson. Okay, where is the customer account information stored? You can see here where is front end or screen or database. Question number 3, where does business logic usually happen? Backend, database, or user interface? Question number 4, a customer transfer money using a mobile app. Name 3 systems that may be involved. Okay, our lesson summary. A software application is a tool that helps user complete a task. Most applications have 3 important parts: front end, back end. Front end is what users see, back end where the process is happening, database where the information is stored. Business analyst must understand how these parts work together because business requirement become software features. Remember this rule: a user action starts a journey through the front end, back end, and database before the result delivered back to the user, which is customer. Okay, that's the end of our lesson number 6. Very important. I'll see you guys with the important lesson number 7. Thank you. This lesson we learned that software application have 3 main parts: front end, back end, database. Today we are going to learn one of the most important concepts in modern software systems: how do different systems communicate with each other. This topic is specifically important for banking business analysts because banks rarely use only one system. So a banking service usually requires many systems to work together. The technology that allows system to communicate is called an API. Okay, so what is an API? API stands for application programming interface. That sounds complicated, right? But the idea is simple. An API is a way for one software system to request information for send information to another software system. Think about an API like a waiter in a restaurant. So restaurant example, imagine you go to a restaurant. You do not walk into kitchen and prepare your own food, right? So you do not tell the chef directly what you want. Instead, this is the flow. Customer, you as a customer, you go to lobby, you check the waiter provide you a menu, so you select the menu and confirm to waiter. Waiter take the order to kitchen prepare the kitchen and kitchen prepare the chef prepare the menu food and waiter deliver to you, right? So the waiter takes your order to kitchen and brings your food back. The waiter acts as a communication channel here, right? You see, waiter, customer, and kitchen, waiter, and customer. The waiter acts communication channel and API works in a similar way. So waiter is the API for the software. So banking example, Sarah wants to check her account balance using her mobile banking app. What happens? Sarah opens the app, she click view balance. The mobile apps need information from the core banking system. The mobile app does not directly access the database. Instead it sends a request through an API. The flow looks like this: customer, mobile banking app, API, core banking system, database response, mobile banking app, customer see the balance. So to think like a business analyst, a BA does not need to write API code. However, BA needs to understand what information being requested, which system send the request, which system receive the request, what information is returned, and what happen if something fails. API request and response. Every API communication has two important parts. Request. A request is a message asking another system to perform action. Example: mobile app sends please provide RS account balance. The request may include customer ID, account number, request type. In the response, response is the information written by the system. Example: core banking system response, customer name Sarah, account type is checking, balance is $5,000. So real banking API example 1, login. Customer enter username and password. Mobile app send request. API communicate with the authentication system. System verifies customer information. Response will tell login successful. Example 2, money transfer. Customer transfer $500. Mobile app sends transfer request. API communicates with the security system, fraud system, payment system, core banking system. Response transfer is completed. So example 3, loan application. Customer apply for a loan. Loan system may communicate with credit bureau, income verification system, fraud detection system. Response: loan approved or declined. Why do banks use APIs? Banks use API because system can work together. Different system can communicate without being rebuilt. Okay, so information can move quickly. Customer is instant response. Business can add new features. For example, bank can connect its mobile app with a new payment service. Think like a BA exercise. This exercise, banks want to add a new feature, allow customers to see their credit score inside the mobile banking app. You have seen this picture, but just answer this question. Answer this question: which system does the customer use? Which system contain the credit score? How will the system communicate? What information need to be exchanged? So I'll leave to you. You fill up this information. Okay. So lesson summary: modern banking depends on connected system. API allow different applications to communicate with each other. A business analyst must understand which system are involved, what information moves between systems, when communication happen, what happens when communication fails. Remember this rule: an API is a bridge that allows software system to exchange information and work together. That's the end of lesson number 7. I'll see you guys on lesson number 8. Thank you. We learn how systems communicate with each other using APIs. Today we are going to learn another important concept for every business analyst: data. Data is information. So data is everything. Every business process creates, uses and stores data. Banks are specifically data-driven organization because almost every banking activity involves customer and financial information. A business analyst must understand what data is needed, where is the data stored, who uses the data, how does the data move between systems. So what is data? Data is information that a business collects and uses perform its activities, right? So simple example of data: a person's name is a data piece of data, a phone number is a piece of data, account balance is a data, transaction amount is data, a loan application status is data, a credit score is a data. So data help business make decisions and provide services. So real world example, let's go back to Sarah's opening a bank account example. Sarah provides information to the bank. The bank collect customer information: full name, date of birth, address, phone number, email, identification number. This information become customer demographics, we can say. The banks store this data so it can provide service to Sarah in the future. Type of banking data. Bank manages many different type of data. Let's look at the most common ones. Customer data. Customer data identify who is the customer. Example, customer ID, name, date of birth, address, phone number, email. Example, customer ID, Sarah's name. Customer type. Account data. Account data describe the customer's banking accounts. Example, account number, account type, account status, opening date, customer balance. Example, account number 989987654, account type checking account, status is active. So next one, transaction related data. Transaction data records money movement. Example, transaction ID, date, amount, transaction type, description. Example, transaction ID TX1001 and date July 15, amount $500, type transfer. Okay, so loan data. Loan system store information about borrowing activities. Example, loan number, loan amount, interest rate, loan term, approval status. You see this example, loan amount 50,000, loan status approved, term is 5 years. Where is data stored? Data is stored in databases. Database is an organized place where information can be stored and retrieved. Think about a filing cabinet. A filing cabinet contains many folders. Each folder contains information. Database works in a similar way. Database example, imagine simple customer database. Customer table, here customer ID. Here you can see this is a customer ID 1001 and name Sarah. Phone number 555 customer ID 1002 John 5555678. Each row represent one customer. Each column represent a piece of information. Think like a business analyst. Business analyst does not design a database every day. However, a BA needs to understand the requirement. Example, a business ask is we want customer to update their phone number using mobile banking. BA task, what information needs to be changed? Customer ID, old phone number, new phone number, who can update it? We do need approval. Which information, which system need the updated information? Data flow example, customer update the phone number, the flow, customer, mobile banking app, API, customer management system. Database update, confirmation message, the customer sees phone number updated successfully behind the scene. Data mode between systems. So think like a business analyst. Be exercise. A bank wants to create a new feature. Customer can view their last 10 transactions in the mobile app. Answer the question, what data is required? Example, transaction date. Which system stored in this information? That's the second question. How does the mobile app get this information? What happens if transaction data is unavailable? Okay, if you don't know the answer, just type in the comments, so we will chat together and provide you answer. Okay, so but you can find answer from the lesson. Lesson summary. Data is one of the most valuable assets in the banking. Every banking process creates and uses data. A business analyst must understand what information is needed for each feature, where information is stored, and how information moves between systems, how information support business process. Remember this rule: system perform actions, but data gives system the information they need to work. Okay, so that's the end of lesson number 8. I'll see you guys on lesson number 6. Thank you very much. In the previous lessons, we learned about business activities, banking systems, software applications, APIs, data. So today we are going to learn one of the most important skill of a business analyst, understanding and documenting business processes. So a business analyst spend a lot of time answering important question. How does work get done? Right? So this answer is the business process. So let's understand what's a business process here. A business process is a series of steps performed by these people and system to achieve a business goal. So the previous lesson you have seen one simple action, one scenario. Behind the scene, who is involved and system is involved, people are involved. So we are going to understand how the business process works. So simply put, a process explain what happens, who does it, when does it happen, what information is needed. So if you want to think like a business analyst, if you want to capture requirement, if you want to work like a business analyst, this is what business analysts need to find out from the existing business process. Okay, so always keep it ready, this question on your mind, in your mind, so that you can get answer and you can capture your requirement. So let's understand this question through real world example. Let's think about buying a coffee. So a customer walk into a coffee shop. The customer select a drink, place an order, pays for the order, receive the coffee, right? So you go to the counter, Tim Hortons or any McDonald's, any favorite coffee shop. You ask double or whatever your favorite coffee is, place an order, and you pay debit or cash or credit card, and you receive the coffee, right? So behind the scene, the cashier records the order, right? You see cashier enter into the system, the payment system process the payment, right? So you see the same amount display on the payment panel, right? Like a machine on the debit or credit machine, or you can see in the display as well. So the receipt is printed. When the payment is completed, receipt is printed, and this order go to the kitchen, right? The kitchen prepare the drink. The employee give the coffee to the customer. This is a business process, right? In a banking example, let's look at the banking process. We'll keep the same example from Sarah. A customer wants to open a new account. The process may look like this. Step 1, customer starts application. Customer provide personal information. Bank verifies identity. Step number 4, compliance checks are completed. Step number 5, bank creates account. So customer receive a confirmation. This is an account opening process. So why do business analysts study process? Why it's important to study process? Before improving a system, we must understand the current existing process, right? The current state. So a BA cannot create new solution without understanding the existing business problem, right? So a business analyst task is why, who perform each activity. Like we want to know who is the user, who is the customer or client. So here we have an example: customer, bank employee, compliance team. Okay, so what information is required? Example, name is required, address is required, government ID is required, income information is required, right? So here the person who wants to open account, customer, who process the request, that's the bank employee, who validate the customer document, compliance team. So that's what the who involved in this process. What data is required? So here going forward, we can use, instead of information, we can use the right word, data, because you have just learned data, right? So what data we collect from the customer? Name, address, government ID, and these are the documentation, income information. What systems are involved? Mobile application, the front end, it's collect information. Core banking, validate the information. Fraud system, approve, validate and approve the detail. So what problem exists? For example, application takes too long, customer enter in incorrect information, employee perform manual checks. So as is, current state is the current way work is performed is called as is process. As is mean how things work today, current state. Example, current account opening process, customer visit a branch, employee enters information manually, documents are checked manually, account approval takes 3 days. To be process, future state, the improved future process is called to be process. To be means how we want to process to work in the future, right? Digitalized process. Example, new digital account opening process, customer apply through the mobile app, identity is verified automatically, account is created instantly, right? This is the expected solution, which is to be or future state. So process mapping here. A process mapping means creating a visual representation of a process. A process map help everyone understand steps, responsibilities, decisions, and systems involved. So simple process flow example, you see customer account opening scenario. Start, customer submit application, verify customer identity. Decision is information valid? Yes, create account. If not, do not create the account. Send confirmation, and no request additional information, right? So swim line diagram, so you can create different type of diagrams. So here we are going to discuss about the swim lane diagram. In real project, business analysts often use swim lane diagram. Swim lane shows a different component, right? So that's why very important is to identify the different component responsibility, who performs each activity, which department owns each step. For example, let me make this one a little bigger. Okay, so customer submit application, bank system compliance team here. Bank system receive request, upload documents, store data, okay, and verify information. Customer receive account, create account, and approve by the compliance team. Okay, so this is the uh, each category, each component have a different role and different responsibility. So customer will do this action, bank system do this action, compliance do these actions. Okay, think like a BA exercise. Imagine you are documenting a loan application process here. Identify step number 1, what does the customer do first. Okay, you have to fill up this one. Who reviews the application. Step number 3, what information is required. Step number 4, what happens if the loan is rejected. What system may be involved, what systems are involved. So very important. If you don't know how the scenario is, you can go to a loan company or like visit a website, online loan application website, and you can find out this information and you can fill out this one. Okay. Lesson summary. Business process describe how work gets completed. Business analysts use process mapping to understand people, activities, system, information, decisions. So let me highlight this all. It's very important. And before creating a new software solution, BA must first understand the existing process. Remember this rule: a business analyst does not start with technology. A business analyst start with understanding the business process. So that's the end of the lesson number 9. I'll see you guys on lesson number 10. Thank you. Lesson number 10 of module number 1. Okay, so in the previous lesson we learned about business process and how business analyst document how work gets completed, right? So today we are going to learn one of the most important responsibility of a business analyst, which is understanding and documenting requirements. So this is the core responsibility of a business analyst, capturing the requirements and documenting them to software development. So a business analyst is often described as a person who connect the business and technology team, right? So if you try to search the definition of a business analyst, you find this answer: the bridge between technology team and business, who connects, that's a business analyst. The business explain what problem they have, right? The technology team builds the solution. So the business analyst help translate the business need into clear requirement. Okay, because business analyst can speak, understand the both side the terminologies and the language. So that's why the business analyst role is existing. So what is a requirements? Let's understand, because if you are going to be a business analyst, you need to know what is a requirement. So requirement is a statement that describes something a business needs from a solution. So simply put, a requirement explain. Going to highlight many of these words, because what should the system do? So that's a requirement, right? Or what does the business need? This is very important. What actually the user want, right? The end user or the stakeholder. What does the business want, right? So real world example: imagine Sarah visit a bank. She says, I want to check my account balance using my mobile phone, right? So this is a business need. A business analyst task is: what does Sarah need? Why does she need it? How should the system support her? The requirement may become: the mobile banking application must allow customer to view their account balance, right? So you see this simple action, you have to convert it into you have to properly document. That's the only thing. Okay, so it's the same meaning. This way the business understand, this way the technology team understand to build this one, right? So the business analyst should be able to translate, right, from here to there and there to here, which is business to technology team, IT team to business need, right? So this requirement can be understood by this what we discussed: business team, developers, testers, and project managers. So business analyst has to change the terminologies, explanations based on the audience you are addressing or talking to them, right? So it's the same need. You have to explain in a different way, you have to document in a different way, right? So why are requirements important? Let's understand. With the clear requirement, developers may build the software solution. So developer are the people who write the code, program the solution based on the business requirement, right? The customer may not receive what they need. Projects may experience delays, money and time may be wasted. Good requirement reduce confusion. So clarity is very important. So business analyst can provide those clarification on the requirement. Types of requirements. There are three common types of requirement a business analyst work with. Number one, business requirement. So this is the beginning of the requirement. Business requirement explain why are we building this solution. Why we are building solution mean it's referring to the software application. So they describe the business goal. Example, business requirement: the bank wants to reduce the customer service calls by allowing customer to review account balances through the mobile banking, right? So if every customer want to know the customer account balance, if they cannot self-serve, like if there is no automatic way, so the number of calls going to increase to the customer care center, right? So we need a lot of resources to answer, just to help customers. Say it's a tedious process, right? We need to validate the customer information, and we need to ask the right questions, and every time customer wants to know the balance, right? Like how much is the account balance, they need to make a call. So that's going to increase bank expenses, because we need a lot of customer service agents to be online to help customers to let them know the account balances. But what happen if we give a self-serve, like a digital platform, so customer can log in 24/7 and without placing a call to the customer care, and they can view their account balance through mobile app or desktop apps. So this is the focus of business objective. So functional requirement. Let me explain you what does the functional requirement is. What should the system do, right? So we understand what the business want. So how we can write to program this one, how the developer, how we document for the developers to program this one. So this describes system behavior. Functional requirements: the system shall allow customer to view their current account balance. The system shall display the last 10 transactions. The system shall allow customer to transfer money. These describe feature, right? So this morning, the feature, let me remind you what is a feature again. Feature and functionality. So feature is a user-facing capability that delivers business value. So password reset, shopping cart, dark mode, these are feature. Functionality, the detailed behavior that makes a feature work, sending a reset email, validating, right? So feature, what we are building; functionality, how it behaves. Okay, so let's go to the lesson number 10. We are here. So this describe feature, we discuss about the functional requirement. Number 3, functional non-functional requirement. Non-functional requirement is how should the system perform. So let me explain you, giving one example. They describe the quality of expectation, performance. The system should display account balance within 3 seconds. Security, the system must require multi-factor authentication. Availability, the system should available 99 almost like every time system should available. Okay, so banking example, the business problem: customer call the bank frequently to check their account balance. Okay, so this is the scenario. So what is the business requirement here? The bank wants to customer to access account information digitally. That's a business requirement. Functional requirements are the system must allow customer to log in securely, view account balance, view transaction history. So what is non-functional requirements are the system must protect customer information, respond quickly, support thousands of users, scalability. Okay, so think like a business analyst. A business stakeholder says we need a better loan application system. So a beginner may immediately think, let's build a new system. A business analyst asks questions. Business question: why is a new system needed? What problem exists today? What business goal are we trying to achieve? Right. So you to ask this question always to before you capture the requirement. Okay. So process questions: how does the current loan process work? Why are delays happening? Where the delays are happening? Who is involved? Requirement question: what should the new system do? What information is needed? What rule must be followed? Okay, so requirement gathering: business and collect requirements from stakeholders. Common techniques: interviews, talking directly with users, right, like meeting loan officers to understand the problem, right? So you can work in the queue and you can understand what's the pros and cons, pain points of the user or the customer or the end user who is going to use our software solution. This our case, the loan officer is going to use the solution, so you can sit with them and understand what problem are they are facing. So workshop, this is a very good method. Like I personally prefer this method. If you want to learn the current process as is process, work one day or half a day, like a couple of hours, because your eyes are very good, because then someone is explaining, right? You can clearly see what they are doing and you can take notes. Then you can convert those into uh, business process, right? The workshops group discussion with the different stakeholders. So the interviews are the practical way to understand the current process. Workshop, you're discussing, right? So I would recommend this is more effective if you can be with them one day or half a day or 1 hour or 2 hour, so you can understand the current process very well. So workshop also work if someone can explain clearly in and out. Okay. Observation, watching user perform their work. So this involve with the interviews, right? So if you work with them, the observation will complete. Watching a bank employee process the loan application. Job shadowing, I would say. Document analysis, reviewing the existing documents, current processes and procedures. So there are a lot of documentation you will receive in a project, like a Confluence pages, existing BRDs, and manual process, user manuals. So it's pretty much reading. It's like you are going back to school, but I would prefer job shadowing, like interview people and get to know what they are doing, right? So instead of, then you can come back to document analysis. You can read the document, so you will get a better understanding. So I'm not saying that you cannot learn from documentation. You can learn from the documentation, but if you see what they are actually doing, and that is more effectively, you can understand the process. So think like a BA exercise. A bank wants to improve its loan process. Answer 3 questions. What is the business problem? Question number 2, what business requirement might exist? Give 2 functional requirement, give 1 non-functional requirement. Okay, so lesson summary: requirements are bridge between business need and the technology solution. A business analyst must understand why the business needs something, what the system should do, how the system should perform. Remember this rule: a business analyst does not simply collect requirements. A business analyst discovers the real business problem and translate into a solution that creates value. Okay, so that's the end of our module 1. I'll see you guys with the new module number 2, lesson number 1. Thank you guys. In module 1, we learn foundation of business analysis. So we learn how businesses work, how bank operate, how software system work, how API connects to system, how data moves through applications, how business process work, what requirements are. So now we are going to move from understanding concept into performing real business analysis activities. So the first skill every business analyst must master: requirement gathering. So what is requirement gathering? So before we understand requirement gathering, so let's take a look why the requirement gathering is the masterpiece of business analysis. Okay, let me go to the job posting. So this is a sample job posting. You can see every job posting has the same structure, job description, and what you will do. So very beginning you see the category requirement management. So this is what you paid for. You are going to get when you hire as a business analyst. The main activity you need to perform, you need to capture the requirement from business owners and convert it into a business system requirement and document those one into system requirement, and how to do this one. So that's why there is a category requirement management. Let's read this one. Manage requirements planning, elicitation, documentation through team meeting, workshop, and interviews, right? So how you, here they are mentioning how do you want to gather requirements. So this is not, there is no specific way how do you gather requirements. It depends on the company and depends on the team. That's your core skills as a business analyst, right? So effectively validate requirements and associated process flows and roadmaps through detailed documentation and presentation to executives and stakeholder to ensure traceability and alignment with business objectives. So you are the key person. The team is rely on you because you are going to talk to stakeholders. You are going to read documentation, conference pages, PRDs, user manuals, and their how the business operates today, the assets flow, right? So you are going to learn everything, and you will convert those business requirement into Jira user stories and explain to your IT team for software development, right? And after they develop, and you need to give a walkthrough to the stakeholders. So everything, your day-to-day activity, the core fundamental skills business and is required to in order to work in a team, that's a requirement gathering. So requirement management is the important piece of a business analyst day-to-day responsibility. Okay, so that's why you see the without no experience also you'll get a high salary, like starting from 70 to 75,000 up to 80,000. Without no experience you can get as a business analyst if you understand, if you learn this requirement management, requirement gathering one skill. Okay, so now let's get back to our what we are discussing. So requirement gathering. Okay, so let's understand how to gather requirement. Okay, so requirement gathering is the process of understanding what a business needs and documenting those needs clarity. Okay, so a business analyst gather information from people who understand the business problem, right? This is very important. Let me read it again. The business analyst gather information, data, okay, from people who understand the business problem. We can call as SMEs, right? The person who is working on the particular flow mean, let's take one example, buying a coffee, right? So the person selling the coffee who is on the counter, that person know what question to ask, what are the pain points, and that's the people you need to connect with to gather requirement, right? So they know the business problem, they are the expertise, and they are the SMEs. So you work with those people and to gather requirement. So these people are called stakeholders. Okay, so the key word here, stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Stakeholders is anyone who is affected by a project who has an interest in the solution. So solution is, we are referring to the software application. Okay, so in a bank project, stakeholder may include customers, the people who use the banking services. Example, customers opening accounts or applying for loans, business users, employee who perform banking activities. Example, bank representative, teller. You go to counter, you see the bank representative, loan officers. If you are taking a loan like a mortgage, another kind of loan, and you talk to bank officers. Those are we call them loan officers. Customer service agents, day to day you interact with customer service agent in different organizations. You call if you don't get your money, if you need a cancellation, something you need, and you call a customer care, that's a customer service agents. Compliance team, as a customer you will not talk to compliance team, but these are the controlling body inside the bank, inside any organization, people who ensure the bank follow the regulation. This is applicable for any company you are going to work, HR modules, or like healthcare sector, anywhere there is a compliance team, but as a customer you will not see them, you will not talk to them. Okay, but these are the people who follow the government regulations and ensure the internal team as organization they are following government rules and regulations. Okay, so for example, what these people are controlling: KYC requirements, like what documents need to connect in order to become a good customer. So this is KYC, to know your customer. AML requirement, anti-money laundering requirements, like is there any sanction for this customer, is there any other restriction for this customer. So those kind of regulatory policies, right, like government regulatory policies, everything control, everything make sure that when we are building software applications, the compliance team, OML teams will ensure we are following the rules and regulation or policy and procedures what is required by government and other regulatory bodies. Okay, so that's, this team is very important. So as a business analyst, you have to make sure if you are try to implement anything, make sure is there any compliance requirement or AML requirement, or is there any terms and condition we need to validate, or we need to ensure when we are implementing this one. So you can keep in mind this is very important piece. Okay, so next one, the product owner, the person responsible for defining product goals and priorities. So you will be closely working with product owner. You and product owner, you are closely work with the stakeholders to gather requirements. Stakeholder, product owner, the person who brings the project to your team and introduce you as a business analyst to the business stakeholder. So before you start talking to the stakeholder, product owner closely working with business stakeholder and senior management to get the project to your team. Once the project kickoff happen officially, they announce this project is going to come to your team, and product owner is the bridge between. It's similar. If you can ask me why, if there is a BA, why product owner is required, because BA also bridging between business and IT team. Product owner also do the same kind of team, but which is not true. Product owner is kind of the person who own the entire project, like a backlog. I would say backlog mean all the work for that team. In the product owner, the person who prioritize what need we need to work in next sprint, what we need to work in for next next quarter. So prioritize the work and also manage resource and everything. But a product owner does not document any requirement, but verbally communicate. And if you need to push something or prioritize something, maybe you are trying to get a confirmation from a stakeholder. For example, you want to know, stakeholder asks, I need a toggle button on the page, but you were unable to provide the toggle button because the developer is saying if you provide a toggle button that will break the existing functionality, right? So instead of toggle button, can we give a drop down menu, right? So you are sending an email to the stakeholder explaining the situation. We were unable to provide a toggle button, but our recommendation to provide a drop down menu instead of that. Will you be okay? Okay, you need to get a confirmation because there is a requirement change here, this scenario, right? So you are emailing the stakeholder and you are pinging stakeholder, try to call them, but they are ignoring you, they are not answering. So that case, you can reach out to product owner and you can copy the product owner and you can say, ask the product owner, hey, we try to get this confirmation because this is the recommendation from the IT team, could you please help me? So that case product owner can jump in there and product owner can help. So product owner is the person overall oversee the entire project. It's again, don't confuse with the project manager. Product owner is different role. Product owner prioritize all the work. So we'll discuss more about the product owner role and BA role, but it's not the similar, but product owner can chime in any situation if you need help to get the answer from stakeholders. Okay, so here the person responsible for defining product goals and priorities. So this person specifically related to product. So there will be a different product owner for onboarding, there will be a different product owner for lending product. So every product there is a different product owner because they are the one responsible for enhancing, they are the responsible for keep the quality, keep the product enhanced particular under their goal. Okay, so the technology team, people who build and support the solution. Example, developers. This the team you are going to work. There will be developers, solution architect, and design people, and database specialist, testers. Okay, so these are the people. So product owner, scrum master, business analyst, top tier here, and you will be working with developers, tech leads, and solution architects. So solution architects may not be in your team, and database specialists may not be in your team, but I have listed here. But these are the people. Shared resource, we would say. These are the translators, AML team. These are the shared resource. You have to work with them. But your immediate team, you will see developers and product owner and the scrum master. Some team we don't have scrum master, but product owner, business analyst, developers, and testers. These are the 4 people. So let's see a real banking scenario. Imagine you are a business analyst working at a bank. The bank says we want to build a new digital loan application system. So your job is not to immediately write requirements. First you need to understand the problem, right? So keep in mind what are the question you need to ask when you get a scenario to work on. So you need to talk with stakeholder. Step 1, how you will understand this one, because remember these people are the specialist or expertise or SMEs on their job process flow, right? So they know very in and out about that flow. So you have to listen first and try to understand the problem what they are trying to convince to us. Okay, so as a BA you may ask what features do you want. Okay, so you are asking what feature you want to ask. A good BA ask instead of, because business they don't understand features, you can ask instead of feature. Yes, when you are talking to your team, developers, testers, you can mention features, but instead of that you can ask when you are communicating with the business stakeholders, you can rephrase this question, what problem are we trying to solve, right? So current situation, customer visit branches for apply for loan. Problem, long waiting times, manual paperwork, employees enter information manually, customers cannot track application status. The business goal, create a digital loan application experience. Like it's like a self checkout. You have seen in a big supermarket they have a self checkout. Similarly, we are providing a digital experience for the customer, who they can customer can go online, they can provide their information and they can apply for a loan, and they can track the application after they submit until they get the money, right? So this very user friendly solution. Step number 2, identify the right stakeholders. Okay, so how do you identify right stakeholder for each project? This is the question most of BAs, new BAs asking me. Like every project you have a different stakeholders. So how do you identify, is this the right stakeholder? So let's try to understand how we can identify the right stakeholder. For a loan application system, you meet with stakeholders. Let me make this one. So stakeholder is customer, so you will be not talking to customer, but you can play around the test portal as you can act like a customer. You can apply some loan in the testing and environment and see what a problem as a customer is facing. That's the first initiative here. That's why you see, you will be not talking to the customer, but you can, as a user, you can try, you can test the portal before you write the any requirement. Okay, so that's the first step. You have to know what customer is doing. That's the first step. That's why stakeholder number one is customer. Second one is loan officer. So now you apply the loan like a customer. Okay, so you have to go through the customer journey. First you need to document as is flow. So here, that's why you need to try that product. You need to do all the activities whatever the customer is doing, or you need to get to know the customer journey. That's the first step. So now once customer is applied, what happens that one? So that's the second process. The loan officer will process the loan. So now you have to act like a loan officer, and you need to learn, you need to document what the loan officer is doing after he received the application, right? So now your third step, you need how the credit team is processing this one, what information they need, what outcome they are giving, what the result, all the journey here in the number 3 you need to learn. So now the compliance team, what are the regulatory compliance requirement involved in this one, you need to learn that one. So finally, system capability. So system capability you cannot do because this is in the solution architect or technical lead. They will have to design the design. So now up to 1 2 3 4 you capture everything, set up a call with your tech lead, senior developer, and the solution architect, and you can discuss these are the business requirements. So they will come up with the system capabilities like architectural diagram or sequence diagram. Okay, these are the components. I'm going to talk to this one. UI talk to database through the APIs. So they will come up with the plan, how many APIs required, how many tables required, what need to enhance. So once that have, you can, they will give a walkthrough to entire team or the technical team. So technical team have a kind of an idea what we are going to build, and in the meantime you can create your epics, and you can break into user stories, and you can start grooming the new user stories. So if there is any technical question, tech lead can answer because they have the same design, system capability, system design, and you have the business requirement documentation like a Confluence page or BRD, or you have a detailed diagram to show the big picture. Okay. So step number 3, ask the right question. The business analyst must ask question that uncover details, like for example process question. How does the current process work? We discussed already what happened first, what happened next, who performs each step, who are where the delays are happening. You can create a swimlane diagram to understand this process. Okay, so business rule question: what rule must be followed after customer provide this information in the back office loan officer? What rules are validating, right? For example, what's the minimum credit score is required, what documents are mandatory, who can approve a loan? So data question: what information is required? Example, customer information, employment details, income information, credit history. System question: what are involved? Example, mobile banking app, loan processing system, credit bureau system, core banking system. Okay, so again I'll repeat, you cannot memorize everything, so that's why it's document. I can share this document, but you can have a template, right? So process question, you can have a category process question, what will happen, right? So first step, second step, what's happening last, and business rule question. So you can ask whatever business rule at that point, you can have a section so that you will not forget. So process question, business rule questions, and data question: what information we'll collect from customer, right? That's a data question. System questions: what systems or components are involved? If you don't know full, that's okay, just have a category. So you when you are going to a meeting, you should have a Excel sheet or Confluence page. I would recommend to have a spreadsheet open so that you can keep on documenting, and later on, once everything clear, you can convert into requirement, you can use Word or you can use Confluence. That's up to you. But I would recommend at least have some sort of note-taking application. So I prefer to use Excel because I can easily segregate for what application, what project we are working. So I can have a tab and I have screenshot and notes and everything. So I have all my required information in one place, one spreadsheet. You can open as much of as tab whatever you need here, so that this will be easy. So this is how I work, but that's a personal preference. But what I meant to say, you should have something to get your notes. Okay, so now next we will move on to requirement gathering techniques. Okay, so again, these techniques are written in the book. There is nothing written on the stone. Based on your personality, based on your interest, based on the people group you are going to work, you need to pivot, you need to adjust how do you want to communicate, how do you want to work with them, right? So these are just to give you an idea. Like for example, I can tell you, if you are going to learn swimming or driving, I can tell you, okay, jump or start driving. So how you can learn, first you need to experience, right? Like no one can teach you these kind of activities. You do this. Yeah, we can give you the strategies, techniques work for us, but it's not something I found sometime it may not work for you. So you can learn your own technique, but I can share my experience and whatever written on the books. So you can change your strategies. You should have your own strategies. So yes, interviews are best practice as one-on-one discussion with stakeholder. For example, BA interviews with loan officer. Question: how do you process loan application today? What problem do you see experience, right? So if you go to interview, these are the expertise you are talking, so you may not know about more detail about this flow, so they'll start talking and give all the details. So maybe the good good practices, I would recommend ask the stakeholder if I can record this conversation, right? So at least once you are done with your meeting, you can come back and replay, or maybe you can get a transcript so that it's in written format. You can read and understand the flows when you're working with interest. Make sure it's difficult to take notes when they're talking fast, because they're going to give you more details. My recommendation is recording with the transcript. If not, then make sure you take note if you don't have this options. Okay. Next one, workshops, a meeting with multiple stakeholders. So again, if you are not expert, like you are a student, you are first time going to work on a flow. So that's why very important to become a business analyst. You should understand the domain very well, then only you can work comfortably. Otherwise you will be lost, because you are talking to the expertise SMEs who worked on those flows like more than 10-15 years. So they know in and out. They will use specific terminologies which you will not understand related to that business, right? So that's why very important, if you want to be the middle person, you should know what they are talking about. I'm not saying you have to know how to do those business process. So what I'm saying, you need to understand their language, their terminologies. So before you go to the meeting, you have to do a lot of reading, you have to be prepared, and questions. So worst case scenario, you can ask if you can record this conversation for the future reference. So that's how you can get it done your job. Okay, so don't worry, like no one knows everything in upfront, but the once you start working on a project, you will get to know. That's why I said these techniques are just a recommendation, and you can get your own strategy which will going to work for you. Okay, so workshop is your next requirement gathering technique. Example: participants, business team, compliance team, technology team. There are multiple teams will be there in a call. I'm not saying these are the all teams, but it depends on the project and company you are going to work. There are multiple teams in a call. That's what I want to say when you're handling a workshop. So you don't need to lead the workshop. and you can set up the call, but if you are leading the workshop, and you have to make sure you prepare everything. Okay. So understand the requirements together. Sometime product owner, if you go to product owner and you can just say, maybe we need a session with the stakeholder, all the stakeholders. So product owner can lead the session. You have to take notes and ask question, prepare for it. Okay. So next one, number 3, observation. So observation is the best method I would use. Watching user perform their daily work, right? So this is, if any new project, any manual work brick project starting, so this is the method I will use, because I'll be, so let's say you are enhancing, you are building something for the customer care agent. So you have to, I will be with them job shadowing, right? I'll be sitting with them and I'll watch how they receive the call, what they do on the computer screen, and what are the different scenarios and use cases they are handling, right? So I can take notes, right? I can see and I can take notes. And for sure, after you take notes, and there will be a user manual, there will be documentation, how to train new employees, that particular job, right? You can read those user manual, and now you go back to workshop and interviews. Now you know what they're talking about, because you have already seen, you set out the job, you watch the users, what they're doing in their daily work. You can relate whatever they are talking about. So this is my best recommendation, observation. um, as a BA, observe how bank employee approve loan. A BA may discover manual step, duplicate work, system limitations. Okay. Document reviews. So of course, by default you will get a document, any project reviewing existing information, policies, procedure, user manual, existing system documents. So these are, you feel you will go back to you are in a school, you are preparing for exam, so that's much of documentation. You get 100, 200, even more than, sometimes you get 1 or 2 page, very rare, but please be prepared. You'll get big documentation to read, which you never worked on, which you don't understand, but that's a real life as a business analyst. Sometimes even you work 10-15 years experience you have, if you go to a different project, you have to read those documentation, big documentation, and you need to extract information about the existing procedure. But it's really painful work and hard job to get information, because you may not understand even though you have experience. But as experienced person, you will have some strategies. You can comfortably doing that job because you have done previously. That's only different. Other than everyone will be feeling the same way, because you have to read and get the information from the documentation. Okay. So again, my recommendation, start with here, then come back to read, because so that you can ignore a few items there which is not required for your project. Okay. So this the practice things like a BA experience. You are assigned to improve a bank account opening process. Your first meeting with the branch employee. Write 5 questions you would ask. Okay. So you can map many scenarios. So if you are planning, if you are watching just to get an idea how to get the requirement, but you are planning to become a business analyst, and HR or payroll, accounting system, or like a healthcare, entertainment system, so you can get many scenarios, so you can do the same work to identify the right stakeholders here. Okay. So lesson summary: requirement gathering is not about asking, okay, what screen do you want. It's about understanding. Okay. So these are, don't think this is what the requirement gathering, it's like order taking. No, it's about understanding the business problem. I have to highlight everything: the current process as is, the stakeholders involved, the information needed, the rules that must be followed. The great business analyst first listen, so understand the problem, and then define the solution, right? So the listen, understand, then go to the solution. Remember this rule: a business analyst does not collect requirements. Again, I have to highlight, okay? We don't collect requirements. A business analyst discover business needs. Okay, thank you very much everyone for our lesson number 1, module 2. I'll see you guys in lesson number 2 in the module 2. Thank you. We learn about requirement gathering. So we learn what a business analyst need to speak with right people to understand the business problem and requirement, right? So this is very important. We know how to gather requirements. Now we want to understand who is the right person. So today we will learn another important BA skill: stakeholder analysis. Okay, a successful project depends on involving the right stakeholder at the right time, because the organization is big and you need to know who are the people you should work with, right? So what is the what is a stakeholder person, group, organization that is affected by the project. So we learned from previous examples. Also provide information about project. So this person can give the approvals and sign off your requirements, make decision about the project, and use the final solution. Okay, so these are directly which team is affected by your software development. Okay, simply put, a stakeholder is anyone who is interested in the project. Okay, so real example: imagine a bank building a new mobile banking application. Who are the stakeholders? Many people are involved. Customer, again, you are not directly going to talk to customer. Why I mention as a customer? Because customer is the person going to use your solution too, so you have to act like a customer. The customer use the application, so they need easy login, fast transaction. So how you will come to know? You have to test the flow. You have to apply application like a customer, then you will understand these things. Okay, simple navigation, secure access. Customer service team, they help customer when problem occurs. They needs ability to review customer issue, access to customer information, tool to resolve problem. Business team, they define business goals. Their needs: increase digital banking usage, reduce operational cost, improve customer experience. Okay, compliance team, we already discussed this one. They ensure regulation followed, customer verification, audit information, regulatory reporting. Security team, they protect the customer information, like a fraud analyst, strong authentication, fraud prevention, data protection. So technology team, they build support and solution. They need clear requirements, system understanding, technical specifications. So this is your team you are going to work on. So why is stakeholder analysis is important? Imagine a BA creates a loan application system but forget to involve the compliance team. What could happen? The system may not collect required documents, the system may not follow regulations, the project may be delayed. This is why stakeholder analysis is very important. Stakeholder definition: a business analyst asks is who is affected by the change. So this is how you identify who are the right people to talk. So example, for new digital loan system, affected people: customer, loan officers, managers, compliance team, technology team. Who provide information: example, loan officers explain the current loan process, compliance explain regulatory requirements, technology explain system limitations. So why I am again and again I'm providing this information? So you just need to get the pattern, you just need to get the checklist for every project. This is the route you need to follow. So that's why I'm iterating again and again how you can start working as a business analyst. Who make decisions? Product owner decide feature priorities, business manager approves the business changes. Stakeholder metrics, a common BA technique is power and interest metrics. It help understand how to manage stakeholders. High power, high interest. These stakeholder need close attention. Product owner, business sponsor, project manager, communicate frequently, right? Anything changes, these are your high interest, high power people, right? Product owner, business sponsor, project manager, these people. High power but low interest. This stakeholder need updates. Senior executives, be approach, provide important. So if directors, VPs involved, so these people are high power but low interest on the project. You just need provide important information only, right? So that's the key a key part of your business communication of a BA, to whom what information need to give, right? So low power, high interest. So these stakeholders are need involvement, daily user of the system, bank employees, BA approach. So like the person who is working on the floor, back office agent. So like example, loan officer, right? Bank employees, so they have low power but high interest because they are the one going to use the system. So collect feedback regularly. So after you build, just show to them, see is this what you intended to see, and their feedback is very important. Low power, low interest. These stakeholders require minimal communication. People indirectly affected by the project, like if there is any other team, you can have send a communication, right? You don't need to invite to the meeting. So but if there is a dependency, you just need to let them know. Banking project example: create a new online loan application system. So stakeholder, customer, user system, understand customer need, loan officer process loan, understand current process, credit team review application, understand approval rules, compliance team ensure regulations, capture mandatory requirements, developer build solution, understand the system behavior, tester validate solution, understand the expected results. So this exercise, things like a B exercise. A bank wants to introduce a new feature. The feature is customer can temporarily freeze their debit card using the mobile banking. So this is the scenario. Identify the stakeholders. So right here, customer need, okay, fraud team, what is the need, customer service team, technology team, compliance team. So you can, if you don't know, maybe you can Google it, you can find information. If you I am recommending to do this exercise because it's not just following the course. This is how you start working as a business analyst. So I am asking, I have provided you only one scenario, so you can list other scenario. You can just go to Google or some other tools and get as many as scenarios in your domain, and follow the same thing. Who is the customer? Customer is the user, right? User. What are the team involved here? The technology team, it's going to be the same team. We have different team. You can list it here and you can write one line what their need is. Okay, so lesson summary: business analyst cannot work alone. Successful project require collaboration with the stakeholders. A BA must understand who is involved, what each person need, that's the exercise you are doing, and who make decisions, and who provide information to you, right? So remember this rule: the quality of requirements depends on the quality of stakeholder conversation. Thank you. That's the end of lesson number 2, which is 12 overall from the module 2. I'll see you guys in the lesson number 3 of module 2. Thank you. Learn about stakeholders and how business analysts work with different groups to understand the business needs. So today we'll learn about one of the most common business analyst deliverable, the business requirement document, which known as a BRD. Okay, so we are going to learn about BRD. So in the BRD, help ensure everyone understand the business problem. 4 categories: the business goal, and the project scope, and proposed solution here. Okay, so think of a BRD as a blueprint before construction begins. Before a house build, architect create plans. Before a software solution is built, business analyst document business requirement. What is a BRD? BRD stands for Business Requirement Documents. A BRD describes why the project exists, what business problem is being solved, what outcomes are expected. A BRD focus on business perspective rather than the technical team. Okay, remember, so we are try to give the clear understanding about the project right in the BRDs. So why do we need a BRD? Imagine bank says we need a better loan system. Different people may interrupt that statement differently. A manager may want faster approvals. A loan officer may want fewer manual tasks. Customer may want online applications. A developer may not know which problem to solve, right? So different stakeholder has a different perspective of their piece, but whoever going to build that, the developer who's going to program, he doesn't know, or she doesn't know what problem we try to solve. So that's why the BRD create a shared understanding. Banking scenario. Let's imagine a bank wants to improve its loan application process. Current challenge: the customer must visit a branch. Application are paper-based. Approval takes several days. Customer cannot track application status. The bank wants a digital solution. A business analyst is assigned to create a BRD. Common BRD sections. Let's review the most common section. Project overview. This section explains the project at a high level. For example, project name, digital loan application system. Purpose: allow customer to apply for personal loan online. Okay, so business problem. What problem are we try to solve here? Example: customer must visit branch to apply for a loans. Manual processing causes delays. Customers have limited visibility into application status. Okay, so these are the problem we try to address. Business objectives: what does success look like? Reduce loan processing time, increase online application, improve customer experience, reduce manual effort. Okay, so these are the problem we try to solve. Okay, project scope defines what include in the what is included. In scope: online application, document upload, application status tracking, customer notification. What features will be included? That's what we are listing here. Out of scope: mortgage applications are out of scope, business loans are out of scope, credit card applications are out of scope. Okay, we need to mention these things in the business BRD document. Stakeholders: you have clear understanding about stakeholder. We just spoke about stakeholders, but here you need to display stakeholder: customers apply for a loan, loan officers review application, credit team evaluate credit worthiness, compliance team verify regulations, technology team build solution. Okay, current state as is: describe how the process work today. Example: customer visits branch, completes paper application, loan officer review documents, credit review is completed, customer receive decision. Okay, so this is the flow. Future state: describe the desired future process. Example: customer applies online, document uploaded digitally, automated verification occurs, applicant status available online, customer receive digital notification. Okay, you can put side by side to compare this one. Okay, high level requirements: list major requirements. Example: requirement 1: the system shall allow customer to submit loan application online. Requirement 2: the system shall allow customers to upload support documents. The system shall display application status. Requirement number 4: the system shall notify customers when status changes occur. Okay, so I would like to have numbering so that we can refer to the section, because usually BRDs are have multiple pages, so it's important to have some sort of numbering to track the requirement. So this exercise: think like a business analyst. Notice something important: a BRD does not describe database tables. Very important. So we don't need the technical detail here. API specification, programming code, these details come later. The BRD focus on business goals, business problem, business need, expected outcome. So keep in mind these 4 are the key important things we should see in a BRD. Sample BRD template: project name, business problem, business objectives, in scope, out of scope, stakeholders, high level requirements. Okay, if you can fill up this one, and yeah, you will have version control and other stuff and everything. So those are you can include, but these are the main thing expertise. I'm talking about the beginner level, not the experience level. So beginner level, if you can include this one, rest of the detail you can add. You can get a sample copy other BAs created, and if because these are the one going to change, but the other things you just need to change the name or add few details based on the template you are going to follow. But if you don't have a template, this is a good template. You can use this one as a beginner. Okay, so think like a BA exercise. A bank wants a customer to temporarily freeze or unfreeze their debit card using mobile banking. So create the following: create the BRD. So business problem, business objective, 2 high level requirements, lesson summary. So you can create multiple BRDs, get multiple scenarios here. you can Google it and you can get multiple scenarios based on the domain you are going to work, and keep on work on this exercise. Okay, this four until you get used to how to write a BRD. So lesson summary: a business requirement document helps align business and technology teams. A BRD explain why the project exists, what problem is being solved, what success look like, what is included in the project. Remember this rule: a BRD tells the story of the business problem before anyone start building the solution. Again, one more information I want to provide you here: if you are going to work in a agile team, you don't need to create BRDs, but at least you are a beginner. If you are a beginner, I would recommend you to start filling the four information which we need for here should be included in the BRD. So you don't need to capture anywhere, but it's just for your own learning purpose. So now the projects, when projects start, they provide a BRD. You need to create user story, but let's assume you don't have a BRD or any other requirement. You get the requirement from the scratch before you create your Jira stories. You can have some sort of understanding what this BRD component here. Okay, so I highly recommend to start capturing, writing this information when you are gathering requirement before create your user stories, even though it's not mandatory to create BRDs in agile environment. Okay, so that's end of the lesson number 3. I'll see you guys on with the lesson number 4 of module 2. Thank you. About business requirement document, which is BRD. The BRD helps explain why project exists, what problem being solved, what business goals are being achieved. Today we are going to one step deeper. We are going to learn about functional requirements. Okay, so this is where business analysts start describing what the system must actually do. So what is a functional requirement? A functional requirement describes a specific action, behavior or capability that the system must perform. So this is very important. What a feature should do is the functional requirement. Simply put, business requirement, why we are building it. Functional requirement, what must the system do? So here let me highlight here: business requirement, why we are building, what's the purpose, what is the problem we are trying to solve. Functional requirement is what must system do. Okay, very, very important. So simple example: business requirement, customer should be able to access banking service without visiting branch. This explains the business need. Now let's create a functional requirement. Functional requirement 1: the system shall allow customer to register for online banking. Functional requirement 2: the system shall allow customer to log in into using a username password. Functional requirement 3: the system shall display account balances. Functional requirement 4: the system shall allow customers to transfer funds. Notice the difference, right? So see the pattern. The business requirement explains the goal. The functional requirement explains the system behavior. Okay. Okay, so let's take an example. Project digital loan application system. Business requirement: customer should be able to apply for a online loan. Functional requirements are: the system shall allow customer to create loan application. The system shall allow customers to upload supporting documents. System shall validate mandatory fields. System shall calculate the requested loan amount. System shall display application status. System shall send status note. So you guys can have the template here, right? So all the systems are going to function similarly, so you just need to change the word here, right? So you can keep the system shall allow customers or users or clients, whatever, right? What need to done here, you need to change the end here only. System shall allow customers to what action. So you can keep these things the beginning and you can change based on your requirement. So there is nothing going to change. You just need to change the wording based on your feature you are going to work. Okay, I will recommend you to have this format. The system shall allow, the system shall allow, this one: calculate, validate, display, send, allow. These are the keyword, action keyword verbs we will be using. It's not mandatory, but I recommend this way the developer can understand clearly. Okay, so you see: allow, validate, calculate, display, send, this kind of thing. So let's practice of a good functional requirement. Characteristics of a good functional requirement. A good requirement should clear. So this is a bad one. You see the bad one. The system should be user friendly. So what does it mean? We don't know what is the definition. Faster, user friendly. So question, what does user friendly mean? Different people may interpret it differently. So in a software development, you cannot assume even baby steps, baby small things, very fundamental things. You have to elaborate, you have to clearly document, because these your requirements are read by different people. So you cannot assume their understanding, your understanding in the same level. So you have to clearly mention, clearly describe it. Okay, good example. The system shall display account balance on the dashboard after successful login. So we know what's happening. This is clear. Specific bad example, the system should process loan quickly. So how quickly, right? Quickly is a generic word. When it comes to software development, we have to tell like what does it mean quickly. So the system shall automatically route complete a loan application to the credit review team. Good example. Testable. A tester should be able to verify whether the requirement works. Example, the system shall allow customer to upload PDF documents up to 10 MB. So you cannot simply say custom. Here in the example requirement we have, right? System should allow. Here the system shall allow customer to upload supporting documents. So this is a vague requirement. Tester can test, but he cannot test specifically, right? So even though you capture as a functional requirement, you have to be more specifically. You have to mention what document we need to allowed and how many, what is the format here. So it's mentioned PDF. If it is PDF, and up to how many MB, right? So you have to give this one because we are working with the system. A tester can verify this requirement. So input, what we need to provide, like what we collect, right, from the customer information, from the UI, what process, what are the business rules, we need to run it, and what is the expected outcome. A business analyst often think in terms of input, process, output. So you are just going more deeper from the module 1. So you have to keep in mind input, what is the input, what is the process, what is the output. Example, login. Input, username, password. Process, validate credential. Outputs, login successful or login failed. Money transfer flows. Input, source, account, destination, transfer amount. Process, validate customer. Core banking, check balance, perform transfer. Output, transfer, confirmation. Business rules. Functional requirements often include business rule. Business rules define what is allowed. For example, customer must be at least 18 years old. Loan amount cannot exceed 100,000. Customer cannot transfer more than their available balance. Only active accounts may receive transfer. These rules help guide system behavior. So again, you see, this we know, this is a common sense. You cannot say this is a common sense, but system doesn't know anything. So that's why we have to feed, we have to write, we have to include, we need to program. So you need to include in your requirement this one, right? So think like a business analyst example. Business stakeholder says, I want customers to freeze their debit card using the mobile app. A business analyst asks, what should happen when the customer click freeze card? Can they unfreeze the card later? Should a confirmation message appear? Should we notify the fraud team? Should we record the action? These questions become functional requirement, right? So it's a simple requirement, but you see behind the scene what we need to do. That business analyst questions. Okay, you don't need to come up with anything new. Whatever I am showing you, you can capture this one, you can keep it. For different scenarios, you can just change the wording. If we're saying debit card, if you are doing for loan application, if you are doing for customer gift, and you can just change the use case, and you will be asking the same questions. Okay, example requirement 1, system shall allow customers to freeze an active debit card. Requirement number 2, the system shall display confirmation message after the credit card frozen. Requirement number 3, the system shall record the date and time of the freeze request. Requirement number 4, the system shall allow customer to reactive the card. Requirement number 5, the system shall send a notification confirming the action. Okay, so think like a BA exercise: project, mobile banking, fund transfer. Write 3 functional requirement here. And common beginner mistake number 1, writing the business goal as a functional requirement here. Example, we want to happier customer. This is a business objective, not a functional requirement. Mistake number 2, writing vague requirements. The system should work well. This is unclear. Combining multiple requirements into one. Bad example, the system shall allow customer to log in, transfer fund, view statement, and update their profile. So these are multiple features and functionalities, so do not do this one. So you have to break it down, because we have to program or code differently, separately. These are different functionalities. Better create separate requirement for each section. Lesson summary: functional requirement describe what the system must do. They help developers build solution and testers verify results. Good functional requirements are clear, specific, testable, easy to understand. Remember this rule. Business requirements explain why a solution is needed. Functional requirement explain what the solution must do. Thank you very much. That's the end of the lesson number 4. I'll see you guys on lesson number 5, module 2. Thank you. Previous lesson we learned about functional requirements. So functional requirements describe what system must do. Example, allow customer login, display account balance, transfer funds, submit loan application. Today we will learn about another important requirement type, non-functional requirement, NFRS. Okay, so non-functional requirement describe how well the system must perform. Let me explain you what is the difference between non-functional requirement and functional requirement. So functional requirements features, non-functional requirements quality, right? So real world example, imagine you purchase a new car. Functional requirements: start the engine, accelerate, brake, turn. Okay, these are all actions, right? Action verbs. These describe what the car does. Now consider the car safe. Is it reliable? How fast can it go? How much fuel does it use? These describe the quality, right? So software system work the same way. So you have a quality and you have the functionality, right? So functionality is the functional requirement, quality is your non-functional requirement. So that's way you can easily remember. Okay, so banking example, a mobile banking application allow customers to transfer money. That's a functional requirement. But what if the transfer take 5 minutes, right? The application crashes, hackers can access customer account, the application is unavailable during the business hours. The feature exists but the quality is poor. This is why non-functional requirement are important, right? Quality also required and also the functionality also required, right? So this example clearly tell we can transfer fund, but if it is taking 5 minutes, that's no longer in use, right? So common type of non-functional requirement, performance. One is the performance. So let's understand what is the performance is. Performance is measure speed. The system shall display account balance within 3 seconds, 2 seconds, that's a SLA. The systems shall process fund transfer within 5 seconds, right? So when you move money, when you transfer money to your friend or your brother or sister, and it should reach your brother's account within 2-3 seconds SLA. Okay. So why is performance important? Customers expect quick responses. Slow system create frustrations, right? So let's say if you I don't know if you have faced it, like you add something on Amazon and if the screen is spinning, if you submit application, if you submit your payment, if the screen is spinning and white screen, are you happy? No, right? Like you are kind of have frustration because you don't know whether the payment is gone or not, and you have to log into your mobile banking and see if the money has taken. Maybe if you submit twice, if you come back and try to submit again, it might go 2 times. So those kind of things happen, right? Those are should be avoided if the performance testing was tested perfectly, right? So that's why this very important non-functional requirement. First is performance, second one is security. Security protect customer information and banking transaction. The system shall require multi-factor authentication. The system shall encrypt customer data. The system shall automatically log users after 10 minutes in inactivity. Okay, so you have noticed if you open your banking mobile app and you forget to close, if you leave as it is, what will happen? Like if someone has access to your phone or computer, they can take over your account, right? So for your safety, that's why system automatically force to log off your account if this is if your screen does not have any activities for more than 10 seconds, 5 seconds or 20 seconds, some based on the company and security importance of the application they are using. If there is inactivity for user, the system automatically log off your account. That's a very important feature of a non-functional requirement. Okay, what is secure? Why security is important? The bank handles sensitive functional financial information, right? Security failures can cause significant financial and reputational damage. Okay, so next one, very important non-functional requirement is availability measures how often system is accessible. The system shall be available almost every time. 99.9%, there is a 0.01% at the time, because systems failures can happen, it's never unexpected. So that's why 99% 99 time, almost every time, customer expect access to banking service whenever they need them, right? So if online banking is unavailable for an entire weekend, customer may be unable to transfer money, pay bills, check balances, right? So that's important. Very during weekend, midnight, that's the feature of the online banking, right? Like it should be available like 24/7. Reliability measures whether system performance consistently without failures. Example, a customer transfer $500, the money should be moved correctly every time. The system should not duplicate transaction, lose transaction, produce incorrect balances. So if you transfer 500 to your sister, it should make reach 500, not to 1000. Like you see the previous screen, if you submit something due to performance, the screen frozen and you submit again, it should not go 1000. It should not go, you click twice, it should not transfer twice, right? So these are reliability. So next important fifth one is scalability. Scalability measures the system ability to handle growth. Today, when you start a business, think like you have only 10,000 customers use the mobile banking application. In future, this means to millions of customers use the application. So when you are building the application, so this is important with the scalability. Like you have to think the future, how fast system can scalable. Otherwise, and this will be a big problem. There will be we have to migrate, because otherwise the system performs slow. This is a big concept. Scalability we'll cover in a different module, so I just skip here just to understand what is scalability. Scalability, the system should continue performing effectively. It doesn't matter 1 customer or 1 million customers. That's a scalability. So system should be able to handle the scalability. Usability measures how easy the system is to use. Customer should easily find account balances, fund transfer, bill payment. Complicated application may increase customer service calls, right? Even you have seen applications that there is a feature, online feature, but I don't know if they have tested or why the feature is there. You try to upload, let's say you want the online loan application, right? So you have to clearly say whether online application can be used from the mobile app, because now users are most of the 80-90% of online banking users, they are using a mobile app. When banks are building features, they are considering to have mobile first. So they have to test whether customer can upload documents through mobile application, right? So some mobile does not allow to upload mobile documents. So we have to make sure can user use the features, the software solution that you are building can be used for all the devices, something like that, right? So usability. So functional versus non-functional requirements, let's compare them. Functional requirement, the system shall allow customers to transfer fund. Non-functional requirement, the system shall complete the fund transfer within 5-second SLA. Functional requirement, the system shall allow customers to log in. Non-functional requirement, the system shall require multi-factor authentication during login, right? You see, Function requirement, the system shall display transaction history. Non-functional requirement, the system shall display transaction history within 3 seconds. Think like a business analyst. Imagine a bank wants to launch a new mobile application. A business analyst should ask performance question: how fast should pages load? How many users will be access the application? Security questions: how will users authenticate? How will customers' data be protected? Availability questions: uptime is required? When can maintenance occur? Right, you have seen some maybe 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, if you try to open some banking site and see this features, so and so features not available until 2 o'clock, right, especially in the weekend. So scalability questions: how many users are expected today? How many users are expected in the future? So banking scenario project. So BA does not need to define this one, so the technical folks can um, give you numbers, but your job is to capture this one, ask this question. If there is no non-functional requirement, so you just mark it not applicable. But keep in mind, any project, any features you are building, you always ask this question, so that you are covered, you captured. But your responsibility, you need to capture it, but you don't need to define this one. So as a team, we can decide this one. So example banking scenario, online loan application system functional requirement. We discussed the system shall allow customer to submit application. So we are focusing on non-functional requirement. The system shall available 24 hours per day. The system shall support 10,000 simulation users. So why 10,000 here? This is the performance testing. So performance testing, there's a specific team or your tester. I don't know if the testers can do, but most of the time there is a different performance testing team to pass the application. We have to simulate 10,000 users or customers are submitting application. So we can see if the system can handle the stress or the system can handle the load. This one, okay. The system shall encrypt all customer information. System shall display confirmation message within 3 second SLA. Think like BA exercise project mobile banking application. Provide one requirement for each category. Performance requirement, okay. Security requirement, availability requirement, reliability requirement. So again, this is a template, one scenario only I'm giving for one exercise, so you can, based on your domain you are going to work. I'm repeating every time there is a BA exercise. It's not going to help you by watching or listening, so you have to do it. I'm just guiding you, I'm just providing information, so you have to do your part. Get as much as scenario and do the same thing, repeated same thing, because it's going to have the same pattern for all the projects. So common beginner mistake: forgetting the non-functional requirement. Many new BAs focus on only features. They forget quality requirements. Mistake: writing vague requirements. Bad example: the system should be fast, so always give the timing. Better example: the system display account balance within 3 second SLAs. Treating security as optional. In banking project, security is always critical. Any application I would recommend. Lesson summary: non-functional requirement define the quality expectation for a system. They describe performance, security, availability, reliability, scalability, usability. Non-functional requirement explain what the system does. Non-functional requirement explain how well it must perform. Remember this rule: customers judge a system not only by its feature but also the speed, reliability, security and overall quality, because the similar features is available with multiple competitors, right? So if your system is slow and easily one click away your competitor, so customer will go to your competitor. So handling the non-functional requirement, it's very important to keep the happy customer service. Thank you. I'll see you guys on lesson number 6. Number 6 of module 2. In the previous lesson we learned about business requirement, functional requirement, non-functional requirement. Traditionally business only documented requirements in large documents. Today many organizations use agile delivery method. Okay, if you don't know agile, you are hearing first time, don't worry, we are covered. So instead of writing hundreds of pages of requirement upfront, agile teams break work into similar process called user stories. So user stories help teams focus on customers' need and deliver value incrementally. So what is a user story? That's what we are going to cover in this one. So a user story is a short description of a feature from the perspective of the user or client. So the most common format is as a user. Who is the user? What is the goal of that user? What's the benefit of achieving that action? Okay. So as a user, I want, so that this the format very simple. Anyone can write this one. So just understand the patterns. A simple example: as a banking customer, I want to view my account balance so that I can monitor my available balance. So here, the customer in a banking application, there will be a different multiple users, so you have to get the right banking user. So let's say you are building a loan application, you are building the feature for to loan review. So here the user is the banking officer, loan officer, right? Then you write the feature and what's the benefit of that feature or the functionality. Okay, notice something important: the story focus on who needs it, right? That's the user. What they want, that's the feature we are talking, I want. And why they want, that's a benefit. So if you understand who does need what, who needs it, what they want, and why do they want, these three questions, if you answer to these three questions, you can write the user story clearly. So sometime let's say there is no user, that's okay, you can leave empty. But you are doing for system perspective, just write the system, what they want as a system, I want. So system is not talking, but you are covering on behalf of system, right? So you are the one BA writing. So some use cases you in future you will see there is no user. So what's the system capability you are writing? That case, as a system, you can write a loan system, a loan approving system, monitoring system as a system. I want, like the system not saying that, but we are building for the system. Here you see what they need, what this system wants to do, what's the expected solution. That's what we are writing right here, so that the user is system, what they want, what the system expected behavior, why they want, what's the expected outcome here. Okay, you will learn more example, then you will understand how to write the user stories. So let's take one banking example, the feature transfer money. So you need to understand the first what's the feature, then functionality. A feature is what you are building, right? Like a mobile transfer flow, onboarding flow, that's a feature, right? Functionality, what's the expected behavior? Customer can log in, customer can move money, so and so. So user story, a banking customer, I want transfer money between my account so that I can manage my finance without wasting a branch. Okay, so why do they want it? Okay, another example, feature debit card freeze. So you get the feature or use case what you are planning to build. User story, a banking customer, I want to temporarily freeze my debit card so that I can prevent unauthorized transaction of my card is lost, right? Is it clear? So one more another concept you will be hearing if you are working in agile environment. What is an epic? Epic is large requirements are usually called epic. An epic is too large complete in single one sprint. So there's a new word, sprint. So we'll discuss what is a sprint, but just focus on what we are discussing, epic. Example, online banking. Online banking is a very large component, right? So this features is very big, it contains many features, right? Multiple features. Think like a bag, like a big bag is epic. Inside the bag you have different candies are user stories. You can have different chocolate, hard candies, soft candies, and lollipops. So still those are candies, right? So you have a bag, but you classified that bag is full of candies or bottle of candies. That bottle or bag is we call as a epic. Inside that we have different type of user stories. Okay, so what is the feature? Feature is a major capability delivered to the user. It's like your candy, right? One single candy, right? You can eat a lollipop and you can eat a hard candy, it's going to be the same, right? Like a different it's a different taste, but the end result is same, right? So you feel like you having a sweet or candy, so you can have a lollipop, you can have a hard candy or chocolate or something. So feature is a major capability delivered to users. For example, online banking features, login, account summary, fund transfer, bill payment, transaction history, right? It's different thing like a different candies. I'm talking about chocolate, hard candies, lollipop. So these all candies features. Okay, what is a user story? Each feature is broken into small user story, right? When the candy is making, they're making the formula in a bigger level, right? They will make in a big basket, they bake in a big container, and they will break into small pieces, and they will wrap it up with small consumable. So can you have a chocolate like a 50 pound or 100 pounds or 200 pounds? Yes, you can have a big chocolate with 500 pounds or 100 pounds, but you cannot eat the 500 pounds together. You need to break it, right? So when they are making the candies, they are making more usable, more consumable in a small piece, right? Maybe have 5 gram, 10 gram, or like a small consumable pieces. They wrap it in a different cover, so whenever you feel like eating, so you can have one candy, and if you feel like eating more, you can have one. So that way it's manageable, consumable, right? So features broken into small stories, right? So same concept here. Feature you see, fund transfer, user stories, transfer between own account, transfer to another account, view transfer confirmation, view transfer history. So these are the user story. Fund transfer feature, you can break like a small candies, right? Different use cases. We call these are use case. This is the scenario. Fund transfer is the scenario of that feature, and here we have different scenarios, right? Sorry, different use cases. Epic feature user story. Let's understand again. Epic is the mobile banking, right? It's like a big bag of candy. Feature account summary. So let's say this is a lollipop. Okay, and user story. As a customer, I want to view my account balance so that I can monitor my finances. Acceptance criteria, this is a new concept for you. Let's discuss this one too. A user story describe the requirement. Acceptance criteria describe how we know the story is completed, right? So developer will build this one, where tester has to verify this one, right? So acceptance criteria will help the testers to write the test cases to validate that one. So definition of done for that particular user story you are working. Okay, so acceptance criteria describe how we know the story is completed. Think like of acceptance criteria as success condition. Okay, so now let's take one example. As a banking customer, I want to view my account balance so that I can monitor my available funds. So this piece you understand, right? So now let's take a deep dive into what is acceptance criteria. Customer must be logged in. System must display all the active account. System must display current account balance. Balance information must be retrieved from a core banking system. Error message must be displayed if account information cannot be retrieved. So the whole let me make little small so that we can understand. So this entire become one piece of user story. This one, let me highlight this one. So this is your complete user story. So this piece you will write who is the person affected, what they want it, why they want it, right? So now acceptance criteria, you are saying that a banking customer, to view the account balance, customer must be logged in. This is a precondition, right? If they cannot log in and they cannot view the balance, right? So you have to give the precondition given. System must display all the active accounts. So you see, customer is viewing a particular account. So customer can have multiple account, checking account, savings account, loan account, right? So these all preconditions. System, if system cannot display all the active account, customer cannot do this feature, right? So these are preconditions. System must display current account balance. So now when the user click on the particular account, it should give the current account balance. So balance information must be retrieved from the core banking. So this is what the users see, but where this information should come, that you are defining. It should come from the your core banking databases, right? So if cannot retrieve, what you want. So this information is important for the tester, right? So it's like a detailed step. So I would say given, these are given condition, what the prerequisite, and then what when user click on this one, what should happen, and this is when, this is then, right? Like a given, when, then. So given is the precondition. When user click on the account, a particular account, that's a when. Then display the account balance, right? So we will understand more acceptance criteria. So now we are combining two pieces, user story plus the acceptance criteria. That's a complete user story. So why acceptance criteria is matter here? Without acceptance criteria, developers may build different solutions, testers may not know what to validate, stakeholders may have different expectations. So acceptance criteria create clarity. Okay, so here this is what we discuss, given, when, then format. Many agile teams write acceptance criteria using this one. Given is the precondition, right? So customer must log in and system should display all the account for us the given. When customer click a particular account to view, right? If customer not clicking, so sometimes tester will blame, okay, tester will tell, okay, we are not able to see the account balance. So we have to ask, did you click the account? The tester will expect system should load the balance when the account numbers are loaded. No, right? So user have to manually select the account number and click view account balance. Even though they select the account number, we are not expected to see the account balance. So they have to click the view account balance option there. So that's why it's clearly you need to document here. Okay, that's a when condition. Then it should display available balance of that particular account. It should not display your entire account balance. So that's very important. Okay, example, given the customer login, that's a precondition. When the customer select account summary, then the system shall display all active account balances. So this is a different feature than I am talking about here. I select the account number and I click view summary, but here there's a different feature. When the account numbers are loaded, it should display all the active account balance. So you see the way we can interpret whatever the user requirement, we have to write it here. Okay, so another example, given the sufficient fund exit, when the customer submit transfer request, then the system shall complete the transfer successfully. That's another example. Banking story example, freeze debit card. User story, as a banking customer, I want to freeze my debit card so that I can protect my account if my card is lost. Acceptance criteria, this the key skills how you can complete writing the acceptance criteria. Customer must be authenticated, customer must be able to select an active card, system must be changed card status to frozen, confirmation message must be displayed, customer must receive notification, frozen card must be reject news transaction. If you don't know given, when, then format, but as a beginner you can start writing like this. Okay, this is easy, right? This can follow. You can have this template, like what customer must be do, what customer must be do, and what system must be do, what customer must see in the system, right? Input, process, and output, right? That's what we are displaying here. So think like a business analyst. We are here. Stakeholder says we want the customers to apply for a loans application. A beginner BA may stop there. So a business analyst asks who is the user, what exactly do they need, what information is required, how do we know the feature is works. Those answers become user stories and acceptance criteria. Think like a BA exercise project, mobile banking, bill payment. Create a user story as I want, so that this format. Create 3 acceptance criteria here. Common beginner mistake number 1, writing technical task as a user stories. Bad example, as a developer I want the database table, so this is wrong, right? So this is not user focused. Mistake number 2, forgetting the business value. Bad example, as a customer I want a button. So what is the benefit does it provide, right? So you want to have a benefit too. Mistake number 3, missing acceptance criteria. Without acceptance criteria, the team cannot clearly determine when the work is completed, so it must definition of done. Lesson summary, user stories help agile teams capture requirement from the user perspective. As a user story answers who needs it, what they need, who they need it, right? These three acceptance criteria define the condition that must be satisfied for the story to be considered complete. Remember this rule: as a user story describe the need, acceptance criteria describe what success look like. Thank you very much. That's the end of lesson number 6. I'll see you guys with the lesson number 7. Thank you. We learn about user stories and acceptance criteria. So today we are going to learn one of the most important topics of a modern business analyst: Agile and Scrum. If you attended a business analyst interview, there is a very high chance you'll be almost every job post they're asking ask about agile, right? So many organizations, specifically banks, use agile teams to deliver software solution. I believe other sectors also, healthcare and HR and finance, other sector, software development also, they are using agile. So agile is one of the key methodology IT teams are using to deliver softwares. So as a business analyst, you must understand how agile works and how you contribute to the process. Okay, so let's take a look what is agile and try to get understand. So agile is the way delivering software in a small manageable pieces rather than building everything at once. Okay, so let's take example and let's understand from the practical example. So imagine you want to build a house. So what is the traditional approach? You plan everything, design everything, build everything. Finally, you show to the customer, right? Very end. But the problem is, if the customer does not like your final product, the customer may not like the final result. So it's difficult to change. That become very expensive. So you will end up in bad customer experience, right? But agile will address this issue. So agile build small part, get feedback, make improvements, build the next part, get more feedback, continue until the solution is complete. This is how the agile works. So in a small iteration the product is delivered. Okay, so this reduce risk and improve the customer satisfaction. So why do organizations use agile? Let's understand this one also. Agile help organization deliver value faster, right? So if you are a business owner, you are investing huge amount of money, you like to see some outcome, right? Whatever you are building, rather than you wait 6 months 7 months to see the final product. At least some functionable product you like to see, right? So that's why it's deliver value faster, adapt to changing requirements, receive customer feedback early, reduce project risk, improve collaboration, right? Next part is agile. In agile, Scrum. So let's understand what is Scrum. Scrum is the most common agile framework. So think of agile as the philosophy. Think Scrum as the specific way of applying agile. So let's understand this one too. So Scrum provides roles, events, artifacts that helps team work together effectively. Okay, so let's understand what the Scrum team roles. So Scrum team usually include product owner. So you know about product owners. The product owner represent the business. Responsibilities are define priorities, manage product backlog, clarify requirement, make business decisions. So example, product owner decide which banking features should be delivered first. Okay, that's the main role of product owner. So next role is Scrum Master. But if you are even though you are in agile, some team may not have a scrum master, but this is also one of the key role in agile framework. Okay, so the scrum master help the team follow scrum practices. Responsibility: facilitate meetings, remove obstacles, support team collaboration. The scrum master does not manage people. The scrum master help the team succeed. Okay, that's it. So there will be a stand-up call, and the stand-up call Scrum Master will ask what's the update. If you have any blockers, you can let us know. Let the Scrum Master know. You can copy the Scrum Master. He can go back to the right owner and ask help to remove that blocker. Okay. So development team, this is the main team you are working. So the development team builds the solution. Example, developers, testers, UX designers and architects. Okay, so business analyst, this is you, you know what is your response. In many organizations, business analysts work closely with the Scrum team responsibility, gather requirements, create user story, define acceptance criteria, clarify business rules, support testing. The BA help bridge the gap between business and technology. So this is what we have been learning so far. So what's this sprint? You will be hearing sprint. A sprint is a short period of a work. Most organizations use 2-week sprint or 3-week sprint. So this is the standard. But if you see 3-week sprint, you don't need to be surprised. Okay. So during a sprint, the team complete setup user stories. Example, sprint goal, improve mobile login experience. Stories, multi-factor authentication, password reset, login error message. The team works on these story during one sprint. So if there is 3 developers and the 3 developers can take specific user stories, right? Like they cannot take 20-30 user story because sprint end in 2 weeks. Okay, so the product backlog, so you'll be hearing these terminologies more often. So the product backlog contains all known work. So stakeholders keep on giving projects to IT team. So the product owner, the business analyst get the requirement, create user stories and epic, keep on adding to the product backlog, and product owner will prioritize which user stories we will be working on particular sprint. Okay, so think of it as a small master list. Mobile banking project backlog, login, account summary, fund transfer, bill payment, transaction history, card management. Not everything built in one. So there are different project scenarios, use case here in the backlog, right? The product owner prioritize the work based on the release. So sprint backlog, the sprint backlog contains the story selected for the current sprint. Example, sprint 1, we will take only login, password, multi-factor authentication. Okay, so only these stories are worked on during the sprint 1. Okay, so rest everything will go to the sprint 2, sprint 3, sprint 4, whatever the sprint currently you are in. Scrum event, let's look at the major Scrum event here. The sprint planning, that's the first event. At the beginning of the sprint, the team decide that work will be completed. What work will be completed? Example, select the user stories from the product backlog. Okay, we'll select all the user stories what we need for the particular sprint. Okay, daily stand up. Remember sprint planning, then daily stand up. A short daily meeting, usually 15 minutes, sometimes it's go to more than 30 minutes. Team members answer, what did I complete yesterday? What did you work yesterday? What I am working on today? Do I have any blockers? This is what I was talking when it's come to Scrum Master. So they usually Scrum Master will host the daily stand up. If Scrum Master is not available, anyone can host this one sometime. BA or the product owner or anyone can host this one. So sprint review. Sprint review, at the end of the sprint, after 2 weeks, the team demonstrate completed work to the stakeholders. Okay, so that a stakeholder can see the work and provide feedback. So sprint retrospective or sprint retro, the team discusses what went well, what could improve, what should be differently next sprint, right? So after 2 weeks, this is a very organized way. First we plan what stories we are going to talk, then we every day we'll connect in the morning and discuss what we worked yesterday, what we are going to work today, and is there any blockers. And finally we complete the sprint, we'll review the stakeholders. Finally we have a retro to discuss what went well, what didn't go well, and what should we improve for the next sprint. This is really a nice organized way to do software development. Okay, so let's take one example, banking project example. Project mobile banking application, user stories, customer login, account summary, view transaction. Okay, so this is the sprint 1 we are going to talk. Sprint goal, allow customer to securely access account information, and end of this sprint the team demonstrate the completed features, business stakeholder provide feedback. So this exercise thinks like a business analyst. Imagine a sprint planning is about to begin. The BA must ensure user stories are complete and groomed, acceptance criteria clear, business rules are documented, stakeholder questions are answered. If the stories are unclear, developers may build the wrong solution, right? So think like a BA exercise. You are the BA on a banking project. A sprint include transfer fund, view statement, freeze debit card. What should you prepare before sprint planning? List 3 items here. Okay, before the planning, what you will be prepared here. Okay, that's your exercise. Common beginner mistake. Mistake 1, thinking agile mean no documentation. So agile still requires document. The documentation is simply lighter and more focused. Mistake 2, thinking requirements are finalized once. In agile, requirements evolve, feedback is expected. Okay, so the scope creep happen always, so you have to prioritize what feature will deliver first. Mistake 3, attending a scrum meeting without preparation. A PA should arrive with clear stories and acceptance criteria to attend the sprint review and the sprint other ceremonies. So lesson summary: Agile helps teams deliver software incrementally. Scrum provides a framework for Agile delivery. Key concepts include product owner, Scrum Master, development team, sprint, product backlog, sprint planning, daily stand-up, sprint review, retrospective. Business analysts play a critical role by ensuring requirements understood and ready for the development. So make sure these keywords are the main keyword you will be hearing day to day your business analyst job. So this, you should be familiar with these definitions and how these are working. Okay, so remember this rule in agile business and help transform business idea into clear actionable work that team can deliver during a sprint. Okay, that's the end of lesson number 7 for module 2. I'll see you guys with lesson number 8. Thank you. We learn about agile and scrum. So we learn that agile team organize work using product backlog, sprint, user stories, acceptance criteria. So today we learn about one of the most commonly used tools in agile software development, Jira. So Jira is widely used by technology teams including banking organization to manage software development work. A business analyst will often use Jira to create user stories, document requirements, track progress, collaborate with developers and testers, manage defects. So what is Jira? Let's understand what is Jira. Jira is a project management tool used by agile teams to plan, track and manage software development activities. So think of Jira as a digital workspace where teams organize their work. Instead of managing requirement using emails and spreadsheet, team use Jira to maintain visibility. So why do banks use Jira? Banking projects involve many teams: business team, developers, testers, security team, compliance, project managers. Jira helps everyone understand what needs to be built, who is responsible, what is completed, what is still in progress. So Jira hierarchy: a business analyst should understand how work is organized in Jira. The common structure is epic, feature, user story, task, subtask and bug. So what is an epic? Let's understand. An epic represents a large business capability. It usually requires multiple sprints to complete. Example: epic mobile banking application. So a feature represents a major functionality. Epic is the mobile banking application. Features are customer login, account summary, money transfer, card management. So these are the features under the mobile banking application. Okay, so user story, you know what is a user story. A user story describes specific user need. Example: feature money transfer. User story: as a banking customer, I want to transfer money to another account so that I can send funds without visiting a branch. What is a task? Task represent work needed to be complete a story. Example: user story, transfer money. Task: create transfer screen, develop transfer API, create database, update logic, test transfer scenarios, right? So this is a task. So a bug is a bug describe problem with the system. Example: bug: customer cannot transfer money when amount is greater than 1000, right? So this the one example. So Jira user story example, let's create one real banking story, a mobile banking application. Okay, account management is the epic, view account balance is the feature. So user story title, view account balance, description: as a banking customer, I want to view my account balance so that I can monitor available funds. Okay, so acceptance criteria. Before I go here, so let's navigate to Jira. So I'm using the free software. You can go to Atlassian.com and you can use your Gmail account and you can log in here. Okay, you can, yeah, it's free to practice. Okay, so when you land at here, the two things you need to keep in mind here. And this is the backlog you can see here. So I haven't created anything, it just defaulted showing. This is the backlog and this is the board. You can see here what are the, in this sprint we pulled these items, right? To do, in progress, in review, done. You can add the status, whatever the status you need to add. Okay, so you can assign this one to different people. Here you can see I am assigning to me. This one you can assign to another person. Ram, we are assigning to Ram, this one, so you can assign to Ram. So it's saying there's no email ID, so let me assign to me. Okay, because my one is recognized here. So like this you can assign here. So we were talking about creating the user story. Let's create a epic first here. So you can see, okay, so this is the epic mobile banking application. So let's create this epic first. I'm copying so that I don't need to I'll go to list. Okay, create. So here in the drop down, or you can use this one also. Okay, here also you can get what type of activity you are creating. So here you can see the team name is lending team. I selected here. So here I'm creating the epic. Okay, so here you see epic, creating epic. Okay, I press the topic here, just create. Okay, let me open this epic separately so that I can modify this one. Okay, so here you can add description. If there is no description, I am pasting the same thing. You can add more detail. Okay, so description, mobile banking. Okay, so features, I can include all features under that epic so that it's more clear. So I can write epic. You don't need to write what's the epic. So here for our understanding, so these are the, sorry, okay, now it's clear. Okay, so these are the people features under this epic. These are the features. So I'm saving this one. Okay, we are good to go. Okay, so let me refresh. So epic is updated. Okay, so this is the mobile banking epic. So now we will create a user story. So every time when you create a user story, you need to tag the epic under that user story. So our user story is this, the user story. Let's create this one. So project mobile banking. So account management. Okay, so the user story we are going to epic account management. So under the mobile banking project, sorry, I think we have to use this one more specifically. Let me copy. So this here we need a modification. So here you can keep the epic name to account management. Okay, this is the project, we are going to keep the account management as the epic name. Okay, so we are going to use view account balance. Okay, so this is the title, view account. I'm just copy pasting everything, but you can do a good job when you are creating. So here create I'm using story. I'm selecting a story and view account balance. This is the feature we are going to work, and click create. So this created. Now I'll open this one in a separate tab, and because I need to update this one, so description is empty now. I'll copy paste description. Okay, so as a banking customer, I want to view my account balance so that I can monitor my available funds. So this is what I'm going to copy. So let me paste it here. It didn't get copied. Okay. Okay, I'll write simply here user story so that it's clear. Okay. You can do all the formatting. Okay, I highlight it, and so this our user story. Next portion is the acceptance criteria, right? So let's take a look what is the acceptance criteria. Given the precondition, the customer is logged in. When the customer open account summary, then the system shall display the recent account balance. So you can add one more acceptance criteria. Given the account information cannot be retrieved when the customer open account summary, then the system shall display that. So this one we consider as a happy path. This one is the excess one handling. Okay, let me copy all the both acceptance criteria and paste it here. Copy acceptance criteria. So let's write okay, so that's the acceptance criteria. Let me bold, let me underline. Okay, so what I will use to do, I will put scenario 1, so this way we can track our acceptance criteria. Here we will write scenario 2. So you don't need to do, but I like to do, because that way I can track how many acceptance criteria I have, right? So when I am explaining to the testers, so it's clear, right? So let's read one more time. As a banking customer, I want to view my account balance so that I can monitor my available funds. Acceptance criteria scenario 1, given the customer is logged in, that's a precondition. When the customer opens account summary, then this system shall display current account balance. So that's a happy path. That's expected behavior. Scenario 2, if the customer log in, customer click the account summary, cannot retrieve it. When the customer open account summary, the system shall display the error message, maybe system error, or this account does not exist, or something like that. Okay, is it clear, guys? So if you see, refresh this one, so the user story is updated under this one. So I'm the one writing, so it's not assigned to anyone. So if let's say another person, because it's my account, that's why it's my name only showing. So this developer going to work after developer do. So this is how it's moved from one place to place. Okay, during the sprint planning, we will plan how many stories we are going to take. Okay, after stories, here we have priority. Here you see status to do, and also we can give the story point updated. Okay, I don't see the story point to give here, but usually we can give the story point, how many story point this will take. Okay, and we can pull into a sprint. We can assign a sprint. I think I am on a wrong board. It's saying Kanban. Okay, we can fix it this one, but you get the idea, right? Okay, so BA role in Jira, a business analyst perform many activities in before development. A BA create user story. So now we create a user story, define acceptance criteria, add business rules, right? So business rules, let's say if you want to add a business rule, so you can add here what's the business rule, right? Under you can write this is your ticket. Okay, so you have seen ticket, but main idea is like this. On the business rules, take notes. You can add all kind of information which is useful for the tester and developer, right? So you can add system shell, whatever business rule is applicable, system you can add here. Okay, so review requirements with stakeholder, answers the developer's question. Okay, so during development the BA clarify requirements, review questions, update stories. So if you write the user story clearly, okay, because someone is going to look at this ticket, right, this user story, they're going to start development. So what I will usually do, like if you are working multiple project, you may have like 50 to 100 I'm saying, just give you an idea, you sometimes you have more user stories, sometimes you have less user stories, but just give an idea. Normal standard way, maybe you have 50 to 100 user stories, you are dealing with multiple project, right? So let's say there are multiple developers and testers working. If everyone try to ping you and going to ask question, what does this mean, what's the scenario one, what will happen if this is not happen, so it's going to eat up all your time just to clarify questions, right? That's not good. So your job is write clear requirements, provide all the information in the Jira task, the user story, and discuss with them before the sprint starts, right? Like I ask question, and if it is unclear, just put TBD or TBC to be confirmed, and get clarification. Do not pull any user story without everything clear, right? Otherwise it's going to take your time. Okay, so that's just a side note. So here testing also can help. So review the test scenarios based on your acceptance criteria. Testers will create the test cases, so they might ask you to review the test scenarios. Okay, so that will help you to verify what we are developing here. So you can just quick glance, you can check if the both the sometime you have one scenario for the acceptance criteria, but they will come up with multiple test cases, right? So for given customer, they logged in, when the customer account summary, let's say they have checking and savings account. So if tester will write, okay, customer login, the use case here, customer have multiple account, right? Customer have one account. So your scenario acceptance criteria covers only to validate the valid account numbers, right? What will happen if it is a closed account, right? So tester have to write many test cases to cover all the angles, right? So that time tester will ask you, can you check my test cases? So you should be able to review and approve them sometime, or you just give the feedback, yeah, this is a good test case, because you see from here we can come up with 3 test cases, right? One is checking account, savings account, closed account, inactive account, frozen account. What will happen if it is a joint account? Both the people can see the account summary. So there are many scenarios will occur from one scenario, like use cases or test cases. Okay, so you have to review and work with the tester. So Jira workflow, a typical Jira workflow looks like backlog. You have seen the backlog here. It doesn't say backlog. I don't know, it's updated, but usually it's a I guess this is the backlog. It's saying list. Okay, list of the all the user stories and everything will be here. So next, to do. So to do, you can see what are the item here. Status, I mean here, if you go here, the to do. Okay, what items to pending, in progress. So in progress, you see that's a status. Code review. So here in review, it's saying in review. After developer develop this one, it's go to the code review, so the tech lead can review and approve this one. Okay, and then it's go to testing. Here after code review, we need a add one more status here. It's not the done, so we can add in testing. what is it says, in testing or testing. So you can add testing. It doesn't matter how the team is interpreting. I don't know where it's gone, but okay. So before done, it's testing. In review, testing, and I think next one is done. Okay, that how the tasker is very easy, right? So it's just a software tracking tool. So business analysts create all the items here in the backlog, and as a team you guys will plan, and product owner will prioritize what task will which sprint, and you guys will start a sprint, and you can see everything on the board, right? So after it's nicely moving to do, from here you can pull up one task and you work and you send to review and send to testing, so that tester will test and it will go to done, right? So it's nicely you can track and you can visualize, right? Okay, example, a customer can freeze debit card. It's go to do, developer start work, in progress, developer complete doing coding, and it's go to the review, and it's push to testing. So tester validate acceptance criteria, and status is done. So think like a business analyst. A developer asks what should happen if a customer tries to freeze an already frozen card. A good answer. The business rule: the system shall display card is already frozen. BA updates user story acceptance criteria, business rule, right? So you see, these are good questions you need to discover before you review the user story with the people. Okay, so common Jira terms: backlog, list of all features you have seen. What is the backlog? Sprint, you have seen selected the work sprint for a specific time period. Issue, so issue you can see here when you create here, you can, when you click this one, it's a issue type. So these are the issue, these are not issues, so it's just saying what type of work you want to do. So these are the issue type. Bug is missing here, but we can add here what are the issue types here. Okay, this is what it's referring to, the issue. Story, task, bug, assignee. So you see we can assign this one, this is the one it's talking about. We can assign this one to different people. Priority, importance of the item. So you see the priority here, different priorities, medium, low, high. Okay, so you can see that one. Status, current stage of example, to do, in progress, done. So you have seen board, to do, in progress, done. Think like a BA exercise. Create a Jira story for customer can update their phone number using mobile banking. So this is a good scenario. So you can go to Atlassian.com here. Okay, Atlassian.com, it's free. Just go to Google and use your Gmail account. You can create a free, so lending team, beginning it will ask what team, what's your software development team. So you can just put whatever the team you want to work on, so just any name, and just follow next. I think I have some other videos how to create a Jira backlog, so you can check those videos, or otherwise let me know, maybe I will create one more quick video to show you how to set up the Jira backlog. Okay, let me go back here. So you create a user story, so this is now your job. So you create epic and keep creating user stories using Jira. So it's free, guys. Okay, add acceptance criteria. So let me know if you have any questions. So put it in the comments also, so that other people also can learn. So write the user story, put it in the comment, and ask if there any feedback, or if you are not sure the acceptance criteria good or bad, just copy and paste it, tag me, so that I can give you the feedback, so that other people can also learn. So you create as much as user stories, so that the community can also learn creating user stories. So our platform is to learn everyone, so there is no right or wrong answer. So best practice make you perfect. So let's start creating user story in the comments. Okay. Common beginner mistake 1, creating stories without acceptance criteria. The team does not know how success is measured. Mistake number 2, writing technical solution instead of business need. Bad example, create a database table for the phone numbers, right? So better, the system shall allow customer to update the phone numbers. This is the way you will write it. And not maintaining the Jira information. Jira should always represent the customer project understanding. Lesson summary: Jira help agile teams manage requirement and delivery. A business analyst uses Jira to create user stories, document acceptance criteria, track progress, collaborate with teams, support testing. Remember this rule: Jira is not a tracking tool for a business, and Jira is where business requirement become actionable work for the delivery team. Okay, that's it for the Jira today. I'll see you guys with the next lesson. Thank you very much. We learn about Jira and how business analysts manage requirement in agile projects. So today we are going to learn another important responsibility of a business analyst: supporting software testing. So many beginners think testing is only the tester responsibility. This is incorrect. A business analyst plays an important role in ensuring that the software solution meet business expectations. So why do business analysts need to understand testing? So imagine a bank's builds a new money transfer feature. So the developer creates the feature, the tester tests the feature, but who confirms is this what business requested, right? So does it solve the customer's problem, or business rules are followed? The business analyst help answer these questions. Let's understand SDLC, software development lifecycle. We'll be discussing SDLC in the last lesson too, but just to start understanding this SDLC process. So testing is part of the software development lifecycle, which refer to SDLC. A typical SDLC include requirement gathering, analysis, design, development, testing, and deployment, and maintenance. Okay, these are the phases. So business analyst roll through the SDLC. Let's see where the business BA contributes. Requirement phases. The BA understand the business needs, document requirements, create user story, define acceptance criteria. Example: the system shall allow customers to transfer money. So this is complete requirement phase. So now the design phase. The BA works with the architect, developers, UX designer, product owner. The BA ensure the design support the business need. Okay, so that's the second phase, design phase. Third one, development phase, answer developers question. So once your user story is created, you groom it and we plan it, and it's pulled into a sprint. So now developers start coding this one. So developer might have some questions, so you clarify the requirement, and that's the review completed functionality, right? So once the tester tested, it's go to done, and we have the sprint review, and you show to the stakeholder, and stakeholder give the feedback, and the user story is closed, right? So next one, testing phase. Testing. So here review mean I'm talking about the code review. Sorry, it's not the sprint review, the code review. So that after developer complete this one, it's go to the code review. So here comes fourth step, testing phase. The testing phase review the test scenario, support tester, validate the business outcome. Okay, so type of testing, let's understand common testing type. Unit testing performed by the developer. So once developer develop the small feature functionality, purpose test individual piece of code. Example, testing the calculation loan interest, right? So small piece, the first developer will validate whether it's working or not before he move forward, or she move forward. So system testing, the performed by the tester, verify the complete system works. Example, testing the complete loan application process. Integration testing, test the communication between system, right? So from the UI, mobile banking system, API, core banking, transaction database, or UI, API database, from the front end to end. Okay, so user acceptance testing, UAT, this is a good place you can start your testing as a BA. So this is specifically important for business, and UAT confirm test solution meet business needs. Business user validate the system before release. Okay, what is UAT? User acceptance testing of the final validation performed by the business users. The question being answered: can the business user use the solution successfully. So let me add you something. So let's say you are not working as a business analyst, now you are working as security, you are working as customer service agent, you are working on a restaurant. Let's say that company has a software and it's coming, they're improving something, they're asking new features, right? Like a customer can online order online, or the feature is not exist today, your business owner try to add something, right? So you can ask the business owner, right, if we are planning to add something new, can I test this one, right? Because you are not a business analyst, you are working as a customer representative, you are working as a restaurant waiter or something, right? There is high chance sometime business owner will not like, but you can ask, you can start asking people wherever you are working, if there is any change in your software, can you let me know, I can test. So what you can do, you can write test cases one by one. We have separate video, right, how to write test cases. So start test cases and you start validating, right? Like before, the owner will appreciate if owner can give you a chance, right? If you can participate UAT, but bigger company they will give you an opportunity, but if you're working in a small company you can ask this one too, right? So once you participate different UAT testing, and you can slowly have an idea how the software system behaves, right? So in order to write requirements, first you start testing, right? If your current organization is not giving opportunity to do UAT testing, you can, when you go home, you can I think I believe you have a online banking application, right? So get your online banking username, password, and log in, and you can write different test cases, you can write different user stories, right? So bank to all the banks are work similarly. So if you have two different bank account, you can log into your two different online banking, you can start writing user stories, whatever the existing features. That way you can practice for your interview. Okay, that's one side note. So now let's take example, banking UT example. Requirement, customers can transfer money using mobile banking. So the UIT scenario, customer logs into mobile app, customer select money transfer, customer enter receipt account, customer enters amount, customer submit transfer, system process transfer, customer receive information. So you write like a step by step what you need to provide. Okay, that's how you write UIT scenario. Expected result, transfer complete successfully, customer receive confirmation message, account balance are updated. Test scenario was test case. A business analyst should understand the different test scenario, high level situation to test. Example, test money transfer functionality. That's a test scenario. Test case, detailed steps, validate the scenario. Test case, you have a title, transfer money with the sufficient balance. Step, log in to mobile banking, select transfer option, enter valid recipient account, enter transfer amount, submit request, expected result, transfer completed successfully. Okay, so this is the test case and the test scenario. Okay, you need to understand what's the difference. Test scenario is the high level, what the feature is going to do. Test case is detailed step, what's the input you will give, what are the steps you need to perform, and what's the expected result. These three include in the test case. So negative testing, what happens when something goes wrong. Bank must test failure situations always, right? So scenario, customer transfer $1,000, available balance 500. System should reject this transfer, right? Insufficient funds, right? So other examples, incorrect password, we need a message, invalid account number, expired card, missing document, card is already frozen, and you try to freeze again, sorry. Those kind of scenario, you need the exception message. So defect is the bug, right? The defect management. Defect is a problem found during testing. Example, requirement, customer receive confirmation after transfer. Problem, no confirmation message appears. The money is successfully transferred, but customer didn't get a confirmation message. Okay, what we do, this become a defect, right? Because this is covered in requirement, but this is not happening. in the system. So defect information, a good defect include like when who create defect, the usually tester create, but if you find, you can also create. So example, transfer confirmation message not displayed, step to reproduce. So you have to give the step to reproduce, very important. Otherwise the person who is going to address it, going to take a look, the person doesn't know, he has to connect with you, right? So please include a step to reproduce. If you are creating bug, how to create a problem, expected result, what should happen, and actual result, what actually happening, severity, example, critical, high, medium, low risk. Okay, so you understand, right? Here give the title, step to reproduce, what you are doing, and what's the expected actual result, what you are seeing, right? How critical this one, right? That those are should include. Think like a business analyst. Tester say transfer feature works, but I need confirmation. Question, what happens when a customer transfer money after their account is closed? The BA should provide, business rule, closed account cannot perform transaction. This become requirement clarification, acceptance criteria update, test expectation. Okay. The exercise feature, customer login, create 3 test scenarios. Customer login. Okay. So if you don't understand, you can log into your online banking, see if you can come up with 3 test scenarios. So test scenarios different, test cases are different. Here you just write the one line what you try to test. Okay, create 1 negative test cases. So if you provide incorrect username password, what will happen? So like you are clicking the wrong bank portal or something like that, you can come up with many combination of negative test cases. Okay, common beginner mistakes. Mistake number 1, thinking testing start after development. Testing should be considered when requirements are created, right? So this is how I gather requirement. First I'll go to a testing portal application, I use the credential and I log into the system and see what's happening there. If it is a new feature, if there is existing features behave similar way, I grab some screenshot and I'll show to the tester and architect and everyone. I will consider can we mimic this one, right? So if you have a software already built and you try to enhance or try to add more feature, that become very easy to write requirements because you already have some base or reference. You can log in and you can start testing and then go back to the stakeholders and listen to them and get the feedback from them, or like work with them, and now you know what system they are using because you also tested, right? So testing start before the when the requirements are gathering started. Okay, mistake 2, writing unclear acceptance criteria. Poor acceptance criteria create poor testing. Mistake number 3, ignoring negative scenarios. Real system must handle error, right? If you don't tell the system what to do, just the else condition exception handling, the system could crash also, right? So that's why it's very important. Same as the happy path, you have to capture the exception handling scenarios so that the developer can code your system work faster and reliable. Okay, so lesson summary. Testing ensure that software works correctly and meets business expectation. A business analyst contributes by creating clear requirements, defining acceptance criteria, supporting user acceptance testing UAT, clarifying business rules, validating business outcomes. Remember this rule: a business analyst does not only define what should build, business analyst help confirm that what the right solution was built. Okay, so that's the end of lesson number 9 for the module number 2. I'll see the final lesson with lesson number 10, which is 20 overall, in the next lesson. Okay, thank you everyone. Lesson number 10 for the module number 2. In the previous lesson we learned about testing and the role of business analysts in ensuring the software quality. So today we are going to understand the complete journey of a software project. So we touched in the previous lesson SDLC. So we will learn SDLC, which is software development life cycle. This also asks in job requirements, so you have to understand SDLC. STLC, software testing life cycle, where the business analysts participate, how software moves from an idea to a working solution. So this knowledge is extremely important because business analysts work across the entire project lifecycle. So what is SDLC? SDLC stand for Software Development Lifecycle. SDLC describe the process used by organization design, build, test, and deliver software. Simply put, SDLC explain how do we build software, right? Why is SDLC is important? Without structured process, requirements may be unclear, teams may build wrong solution, testing may be incomplete, project may fail. SDLC provide a roadmap. SDLC phases. A typical SDLC contain the following phases: planning, requirement gathering, requirement analysis, design, development, testing, and deployment and maintenance. Okay, these are the 6 phases. Phase number 1, planning. What happens? The organizer identify the business need. Question: what problems are we solving? Why is the project needed? What value will it provide, right? The project will provide. Banking example: a bank notices customer frequently call customer service to check account balances. Business idea: create a better mobile banking experience. BA role: the BA help understand business problem, goals, stakeholders, high level requirements. Phase number 2, requirement analysis. This is where the business analyst spends significant time. Activities: conduct stakeholder interviews, analyze current process, document requirements, create user stories, define acceptance criteria. Banking example: requirement: customer need ability to view the account balance through the mobile banking. BA creates business requirements, functional requirements, user stories, and acceptance criteria. Phase number 3, design. The technology team creates the solution design. Activities: system architecture, database design, user interface design, integration design. So the BA role: the BA ensure the design supports business requirement. Example: requirement: customer should see real-time balance. BA as we will design the support real balance updates, right? Will this support design the support real-time balance update? So that's a BA question. Phase number 4, development. Developers build the solution. Activities: write code, create APIs, build screens, configure systems. The BA role: answer questions, clarify requirements, review progress, support the team. Phase number 5, testing. Testing team validate the solution. Activity: execute the test cases, identify defects, verify requirements. So BA role: the BA reviews the test scenario, supports UAT, confirm business expectation. Phase number 6, development. The completed solution released to users. Example: the bank releases a new mobile banking feature. Customer can use the new functionality. Okay. So the BA role: the BA help confirm business readiness, user acceptance, and documentation completion, right? Phase number 7, maintenance. After release, system required ongoing support. Example: fix defects, improve features, add enhancements. So the BA role: the BA analyzes customer feedback, new business requests, system improvements. What is STLC? STLC stand for Software Testing Lifecycle. Only D is different here. Okay. So STLC describe the process used by the testing team to validate software quality. Simply put, STLC how software is built, STLC how software is tested, right? STLC phases. Typical STLC phases: requirement analysis, testing, planning, test case design, test environment setup, test execution, defect reporting, test closure. STLC example: requirement: customer can transfer money. Requirement analysis: tester reviews what should happen, what rules exist. Test planning: tester describe what should be tested, how much time is required. Test case design: create test cases, successful transfer, insufficient funds, invalid account. So the test execution: tester runs the test. Defect reporting: problem found, transfer complete but balance does not update. Defect created. STLC was STLC. Let me make a little big. Okay. The software build here STLC. In STLC testing, test software. Include development activities, include testing activities. Start with business needs, start with the testing requirement. Involve all project team, focus mainly on quality validation. Okay. Waterfall versus Agile. So business analysts may work in different delivery approaches. So waterfall, traditional approach: process, requirement first, design, development, testing, release. Changes are difficult, right? Because it's after complete only we'll show this one. So agile, modern approach: process, simple pieces of work, build, test, get feedback, improve. Changes are expected. So the banking Example, sorry, the bank wants to new mortgage application system. Waterfall approach, the BA spend months gathering all requirement. The complete system is delivered at the end. That's a waterfall. Agile approach, the team delivers sprint 1 customer registration, sprint 2 document upload, sprint 3 application tracking, sprint 4 approval workflow. Think like a BA exercise. A bank is creating a new credit card application system. During the requirement analysis, what should BA do? Okay. Development, during development, how can BA help? During testing, what should the BA validate? Okay, so you need to find answer for this one. So common beginner mistake 1, thinking the BA only works during requirements. You have seen, right? We are helping in different phases. A BA supports the entire life cycle. Mistake number 2, thinking agile means skipping analysis. That's incorrect. Agile still require understanding business need. Mistake 3, ignoring testing. A requirement is not complete until it's validated. Okay. Lesson summary, STLC explain the complete software delivery journey. STLC explain the software testing journey. Business analyst practices participated throughout planning, requirement. It doesn't matter which life cycle, so you will be in everywhere. Okay, planning, requirement, design, development, testing, deployment, maintenance. Remember this rule: a business analyst involved from the beginning idea to the final delivered solution. So that's end up our module number 2, lesson number 20, lesson number 10. So I'll see you guys with the module number 3 with the first lesson. Thank you. Have a good day, everyone. Module number 3. In module 1 and 2, we learn how software system work, how business analysts gather requirements, Agile and Scrum, Jira, user stories, testing, STLC and STLC. Okay, so now we begin in the banking domain section. So this is where many business analysts struggle. They understand BA concept, so anyone can write user story and create BRDs, but do not understand how bank actually operate. Okay, so a banking business analyst must understand banking products. So any application, if you are going to start, first you must understand the application very well and what are the features and functionality. So let's understand first the banking products, banking customer, who is the user of that application actually, and what are the business process which we need to automate, and the banking system, these are the business rules, and banking regulations, these are the fraud and AML. Okay, so today we learn how bank function as a business. So what does a bank do? Everyone know what does a bank know. So at a high level, a bank performs 3 major activities: accept deposit, that's a core functionality. Customer deposit money into bank accounts, example checking account, savings account, business account. Okay, so for example, Sarah deposit $1,000 to her savings account. So the bank stores the money and records the balance. So second one, lend money. So everyone use credit card, everyone use car loans, home loans. So bank generate revenue by lending money. For example, personal loans, auto loans, which is car loan, mortgages. Okay, so business loan, credit card. John borrows 20,000 for car purchase. The bank earns interest on the loan. Okay, this is how the bank operate. So number 3, process payments. Bank help customers to move money. For example, debit card payment, credit card payment, bill payment, electronic transfer, wire transfer. So Sarah pays her electricity bill using online banking. Okay, so type of banking. Bank provide different service for different customers. So first, retail banking. You will be hearing retail banking on the job description. So let's understand what's the retail banking. So retail banking service individual customers. Okay, example, savings account, checking account, credit card, mortgages, personal loan. So customers are individual and families. Okay, so that we call as a retail banking, but the products are same. You see, these products are same. Commercial banking serve businesses. For example, business account, commercial loans, cash management services, business credit facilities. So that's the different. This is for these services for business. So customers, companies and organizations. Okay, see these are the customers. Investment banking. So this is a popular topic. Investment banking supports large corporate transactions. Example, IPOs, share market, um, mergers and acquisitions, capital raising, corporate advisory. So large corporations. So you see a lot of openings for the investment banking. First, you need to understand the basic retail product, and you can learn how the investment products work. Okay. Common banking products. As a banking BA, you will frequently work with this product. Checking account used for daily transaction. Features debit card access, bill payment and fund transfer. Savings account used for saving money. Features earn interest, lower transaction volume. Credit card allow customers to borrow money up to a credit limit. Example, credit card, you have 5,000, 10,000 credit card limit, available credit 4,000. Okay. Personal loan, customer borrows a fixed amount and repays over time. Example, loan amount 20,000, term 5 years. Okay. Mortgages, loan used to purchase a property, often large financial product used by the customers. Customer journey, let's follow a typical customer. Sarah. Step number 1, open bank account. Step 2, deposit money. Step 3, use debit card. Step 4, apply for credit card. Step 5, apply for a personal loan. Apply for a mortgage. So bank often support customer throughout their financial lives. Accounts life cycle. A business analyst must understand the life cycle of an accountant. So account creation, not accountant, sorry, apologize, account. Okay, so we are talking about the product. So account creation, customers opens account, status, pending, active. Okay, so I'm just giving an idea, so we'll get into this detail more. Account usage, customer deposit money, withdraw money, make payments. Okay. Account maintenance, customer update address, phone number, email. Account closure, customer closed the account, status closed. Okay, so now is the life cycle. First, account creation. Okay, and what customer has to do, status, account usage, account maintenance, account closure. So these are the 4 actions on a account life cycle. Loan life cycle, one of the this account life cycle applicable for any type of account. Okay. Loan life cycle, one of the most common banking process. Step number 1, customer applies. Step number 2, documents submitted. Step number 3, credit assessment. Step number 4, loan approval. Step number 5, loan funding. Step number 6, loan repayment. Step number 7, loan closure. Payment life cycle. Let's examine a debit card purchase. Customer buys grocery. Step number 1, customer swipe card. Step number 2, merchant sends payment request. Step number 3, payment network request, routes request. Step number 4, bank verify funds. Payment approved. Step number 6, merchant receive confirmation. Customer receive receipt. So for example, if you buy something from Amazon, so use your debit or credit card. So Amazon send a request, payment request, payment network routes request, right? So Amazon send request to MasterCard or debit, Interact. Interact send, so that's the network. Interact send request to bank, whatever the bank, ABC bank, and confirming we receive a request to pay against one payment from your bank. This is the number and everything. So when bank approved, yes, we have money, and network, debit or Interact will send this confirmation to Amazon. So your fulfillment or your transaction will be completed. Okay. Think like a business analyst. So suppose the bank wants to improve the loan process. A business analyst task is who is involved, what system are used, what information is collected, where are delay occurring, what business rules exist, what regulatory requirements apply. These questions help uncover opportunities for the improvement. Okay, so bank stakeholders. Common stakeholder in a banking project, customer, who's the user, uses banking service, branch employee, assist customers, loan officer, reviews application, credit team, evaluate risk, compliance team, regulatory compliance, fraud team, fraud prevention, product owner, product direction, developers, build system, testers, validate solution. Okay, think like a BA exercise. A customer apply for a personal loan, identify who are the stakeholders, what information is required, what system may be involved. Okay, so this is your homework. Okay, you can do it by yourself. Okay, so lesson summary. Bank primarily accept deposit, lend money, process payment. These are the three main actions. A banking business analyst must understand banking product, customer journey, account life cycle, loan life cycle, payment life cycle. Okay, so these process from the foundation of most banking projects. Remember this rule: before improving a banking system, a business analyst must understand the banking process that system supports. Okay, thank you. I'll see you guys on lesson number 32. Previous lesson we learned how banks and operate and review the major banking products and processes. Today we are going to analyze one of the most important banking process, which is opening a bank account. Okay, so every bank customer begins their journey through this process. As a banking business analyst, you will likely work on onboarding, digital account opening, KYC, AML, fraud prevention, and customer information management projects. Okay, so understanding this process is essential. So what is customer onboarding? Okay, customer onboarding is the process of bringing a new customer into the bank. The bank must verify the customer identity, collect required information, comply with regulation, create customer records, open the account. Okay, so these are the steps need to follow. So only after these steps are completed can customer begin using banking services. Okay, so real world scenario. Meet David. David wants to open a new checking account using the bank mobile application. The process appears simple to David. He downloads the app, he enters his information, he uploads identification, he submits the application. A few minutes later, he receives confirmation. Behind the scene, many systems and teams are involved. Okay, so you can try also if you want a bank account, and these are the steps involved. So let's understand what's happening behind the scene, because you need to understand the customer journey and the system also. So why can't the bank just open the account? Bank must follow strict regulation. Why bank has to follow strict rules? The bank needs to know who is this customer, right? So if it is a digital, anyone can apply from anywhere. Is the identification valid? That's what first validating. Is the customer involved in fraud? That we need to validate, right? So the customer can do fraud in one bank and they can close the account and they can come to another financial institution. So it's very important to see if this customer personal information involved in fraud before we onboard the customer. Does the customer appear on regulatory watch list, right? So I'll not get into more detail, like if this customer blocked by sanction country, or like this customer is wanted. So we have to check everything. Okay, so this is where KYC and AML become important. Okay, so before we onboard the customer, we check all this information. So what is KYC? KYC stand for Know Your Customer. KYC help banks verify customer identity. The bank collects information such as full name, date of birth, address, phone number, email address, government identification, example of driving license, passport, permanent resident card. What is AML? AML stand for anti-money laundering. Bank must prevent criminal from using banking services to hide illegal money. AML system help identity identifies suspicious transaction, high risk customers, regulatory watch list matches, potential financial crimes. Okay, so account opening process, let's walk through the complete process. Step number 1, customer starts application. David opens the mobile banking app. He select open new account, something similar. Okay, the system display application form. Step number 2, customer enters personal information. David enters first name, last name, date of birth, address, phone number, email address. The system validate mandatory fields. Step number 3, customer upload identification. David upload driver license. The system capture the document. Some banks also use self-verification, facial recognition, optical character recognition, OCR. So you have to upload your photo selfie and along with your ID. Okay. Number 4, identity verification. Identity verification system confirm document authenticity, customer identity, information accuracy. The bank verify is David is a real person. Okay, so bank send this information to the identity verification vendor, and identity verification vendor confirm whether this person is real or not. Okay. Step number 5, KYC and AML checks. The banks perform KYC validation, verify customer identity, AML screening, check regulatory databases, check sanction lists, check fraud databases. Decision point, did the customer pass verification? Yes, continue account creation. No, reject application or request additional information. So this will go to a manual review for the further review. Step number 6, customer record creation. The bank creates a customer profile, customer ID example, cust1001. The customer now exists within the bank system. Step number 7, account creation. The core banking system create account number, for example 123456799. Account type checking account, status active. Step number 8, customer notification. The customer receive email, SMS, push notification. Congratulations, your account has been successfully opened. Account opening process flow. Start, customer submit application, upload identification, identity verification, KYC validation, AML screening, decision, pass, yes, create customer profile, create account, send confirmation, and no, if not, no, request additional information or reject application. So system involved, many systems participate in this process. Mobile banking application collect customer information. Customer information system store customers profile. Identity verification system validate identification. AML system perform compliance check. Fraud detection system identify suspicious activity. Core banking system create accounts. Notification system send confirmation messages. So think like a business analyst. Imagine stakeholders say customer abandoned the application process too often, right? So customers are signing up, but they're not completing the process. A business analyst asks, where do customers abandon? Which step causes frustration? Are document upload failing? Are verification checks tracking too long? How can we simplify onboarding? Sample user story feature digital account opening. As a prospective customer, I want to open a bank account using my mobile phone so that I can become a customer without visiting a branch. Sample acceptance criteria for the onboarding scenario. The customer must provide all mandatory information. Customer must upload valid identification. System must perform identity verification. System must perform KYC validation. System must create an account after successful verification. Customer must receive confirmation. So you have to write what are the mandatory information. So this is high level topic. You have to list, okay, what are the customer must upload the valid identification. So what are the valid identification? You have to capture the details so that tester can verify. Okay, so this just to give an idea. Sample functional requirement. The system shall allow customer to submit account opening applications. The system shall allow customer to upload the identification document. The system shall perform KYC validation. System shall perform AML screening. System shall create a customer profile upon successful approval. Okay, so think like BA exercise. You are assigned to improve digital account opening. Answer: what business problem might exist? What stakeholder would you interview? what system are involved? Okay, so you can answer to these three questions. So lesson summary: account opening is the first major interaction between a customer and bank. The process includes customer onboarding, identity verification, KYC, AML, customer profile creation, account creation, notification. Okay, as a banking business analyst, understanding this process is critical because many banking projects revolve around customer onboarding. Remember this rule: the bank cannot create an account until it knows who the customers is and confirm that regulatory requirements have been satisfied. Okay, thank you. That's the end of lesson number 32. In the previous lesson, we learned how a bank opens a new account for a customer. So we saw that after identity verification, KYC checks, AML screening, the bank creates the customer profile and then create the account, right? So today we are going to learn about one of the most important concept in the banking system, customer information file, KIF. So if you works as a banking business owner, you will hear terms such as KIF, customer profile, customer master, customer record. So KIF is referred to customer information file. It's a number. Okay. Almost every banking system use some version of customer information file. Understanding KIF is essential for requirements gathering, data analysis, SQL queries, API integration, core banking projects. So what is KIF? KIF stands for Customer Information File. A KIF is unique customer record maintained by the bank. Think of the KIF as the customer master profile. The KIF contains information about the customer but not represent the specific bank account. Simple example: customer David Johnson. The bank creates customer ID KIF 10001. The KIF stores information such as name, date of birth, address, phone number, email, customer status. The customer may have multiple accounts but only one KIF. Okay. Important rule: one customer, one KIF, many accounts. So this is one of the most important concept in banking. Real world example: David's open account, checking account, savings account, credit card, mortgage, many product, one customer, one KIF. Okay. Customer versus account. New business analysts often confuse this concept. Let's compare. Customer represent the person. Example: name, date of birth, address, phone number, email ID, customer ID. Account represent the banking product. Example: account number, balance, account type, status, opening date. Okay, so please understand these are very important for other requirement gathering. Example: customer David Johnson, customer ID KIF 100001, accounts, account number 1, checking account, account number 1111, account number 2, savings account number 2222, account number 3, credit card, account number 3333. Notice one KIF, multiple accounts, right? So why do bank use KIF? Imagine David change his address without a KIF. The bank would need to update, right? So checking account, savings account, credit card, mortgage separately. So this create errors. With a KIF, update customer profile once. All related product use the updated information, right? One-to-many relationship. Common of KIF data: customer information file typically contains customer information, customer ID, first name, last name, date of birth, gender, contact information, phone number, email, mailing address, identification information, passport number, driving license, expiry date, compliance information, KYC status, AML status, risk rating, customer type. So these are all linked to KIF. Relationship information, linked account, linked product, customer segment. Okay, customer type: bank often classify customers. Example: personal banking customer, individual customer. Example: David Johnson. Business customer: companies and organization. Example: ABC Manufacturing Inc. High net worth customer: customer is significant asset, often receives specialized services. Customer status: the KIF may track customer status. Example: active, inactive, pending verification, restricted, closed. So customer account relationship. Let's visualize the relationship. Customer David Johnson, KIF number 100001, checking account -1111, savings account 222, credit card 333, mortgage 4. The customer sits the center right here. customer is the middle, then all the account, right? The customer is at the center, product can connect to the customer. Okay, so database, let me make this one. So database example, customer table, KIF number 1001, David Johnson, our customer, and phone number. KIF number 2, Sarah Smith, and this the phone number, right? So account table is the account number is here and KIF is here. Okay, so these two are related to David Johnson, savings and check-in, and 3 is related to Sarah, right? Credit card. So notice the KIF ID links to customer to account. So think like a business analyst, a stakeholder say we want customers to update their phone number using mobile banking. A BA asks where's the phone number stored, which system wants customer information, which system receive update, should all linked account receive the update automatically. This question often involve the KIF. So real project example, project customer address change, business requirement, customer should be able to update their address online. BA questions, where the address is stored, who owns the customer record, do we require verification, should we notify customer, what downstream system receive updates. Sample user story, as a banking customer, I want to update my contact information so that the bank always has my current detail. Sample acceptance criteria, customer must authenticated, customer must be able to update phone number, customer must be able to update address, customer must update the customer information file, confirmation message must be displayed. Think like a BA exercise, customer Sarah Smith, product, checking account, savings account, credit card. Answer: how many KIFs should Sarah have? How many accounts does Sarah have? If Sarah change her phone number, where should the update occur first? Why is the KIF useful? Okay, answer to these questions. Lesson summary: the customer information file. KIF, the master customer record used by banks. A KIF contains customer information, contact details, identification details, compliance information, product relationship. Remember these key concepts: one customer, one KIF, many account. Okay, understanding the KIF is critical for banking business analyst because customer information is used almost every banking system. Remember this rule: accounts belongs to customers. Customers are represented by a KIF. Thank you. That's the end of lesson number 33. This lesson we learn about the customer information file, which is KIF. So we learned that one customer can have many accounts. Customer information is stored in a master customer profile. The banking products are linked to a KIF. Today we will learn about one of the most important system in the banking industry, the core banking system, CBS. The customer information file is the customer's profile. Then the core banking system is the engine that runs the bank, right? So every banking business owner should understand how core banking system work. So what is a core banking system? A core banking system is the central system that manages the bank's day-to-day operation. Is it responsible for customer account? So it is responsible for customer account, deposit, withdrawal, transfers, loans, interest calculation, account balances, transaction history, and many more. So think of the core banking system as the bank's central record keeper. Sample example: customer John David Johnson has checking account, savings account. When David check his account balance, where does the information come from? So answer: the core banking system. So when David transfer money, where is the transaction recorded? Answer: the core banking system. So when David deposit money, who upset the balance? Answer: the core banking system. So why is the core banking system important, right? Without the core banking system, the bank would not know who owns an account, current balances, transaction history, loan balances, interest calculation. The bank could not operate without CBS core banking system. So major functions of a core banking system: customer management, stores customer relationship, example KIF, customer profile, customer status, customer relationship, Example, customer Sarah Sumit, customer ID gift number 10001. Account management, the manages bank account, example checking account, savings account, business account. The system stores account number, account type, balance and status. So number 3, transaction processing. So processes customer transaction, example deposit, withdrawals, transfers, payment. Every transaction must be recorded. Okay. Number 4, balance management, maintains the account balances, example opening balance $1,000, deposit 500, new balance is 1500. The core banking system perform these calculations. So interest calculation, calculates interest, example savings account balance $10,000, interest at 2%. The core banking system calculate and applies the interest. Okay, so loan management, manages loan, example personal loan, mortgages, auto loan. The system track loan balances, interest, payment schedule, due dates. Real world banking architecture, many new BAs assume the mobile banking application store everything. This is incorrect. The mobile application is only a front end system. The core banking system is usually the source of truth. Okay, architecture example, mobile banking app, API layer, core banking system, customer database, transaction database. So account balance example, David opens a mobile banking app, he clicks view balance. What happens? Step number 2, mobile app send request. Step number 2, API receive request. API contacts the core banking system. Step number 4, core banking system retrieve the balance. Step number 5, balance return to the API. API send response to the mobile app. Step number 7, customer see the balance. Right? So money transfer example, let's follow a transfer. Customer David, source account 5000, transfer 1000, destination Sarah. Step number 1, customer submit transfer, system validates account. Step number 3, system verify available balance. Step number 4, system debits 1000 from David. Step number 5, system credits 1000 to Sarah, system records transactions. Step number 7, confirmation return. Business rules, core banking system enforce business rules, example transfer cannot exceed available balance, closed accounts cannot receive deposit, inactive accounts cannot perform transaction, loan payment must be applied before due dates. These rules are critical for business analyst. Okay. Common core banking data, customer table, customer information, account table, account details, transaction table, transaction history, loan table, loan information, interest table, interest calculation. So think like a business analyst. Stakeholders say customer report incorrect balances. A business analyst asks which system provide balances, where is the balance calculated, what transaction type impact balances, did an integration fail, did a transaction post incorrectly. These questions often lead back to the core banking system. Sample user story, as a banking customer, I want to view my account balance so that I can monitor my finances. Sample acceptance criteria for this scenario: customer must be authenticated, system must retrieve balance from the core banking system, current balance must be displayed, available balance must be displayed, error message must appear if retrieval fails. Okay. Exercise, customer Sarah, current balance $2,000, deposit 500, withdrawal 300. Question, what should the final balance be? Which system update the balance? Which system is considered the source of truth? Why? Why is the transaction history important? Okay. Common beginner mistakes. Mistake 1, thinking the most mobile apps store the balances. The core banking system usually owns the account balances. Mistake number 2, ignoring the business rule. Every transaction must follow banking rules. Mistake number 3, no understanding system integrations. Many banking applications rely on the core banking system. Lesser summary. Sorry. The core banking system is the central system that manages banking operation. It handles customers, accounts, transaction, balances, loans, interest calculations. As a banking business analyst, understanding the core banking system is essential because most banking projects involve integration with it. Remember this rule: the core banking system is the source of truth for customer account and financial transactions. So that's end of lesson number 34. 5. In the previous lesson, we learned about core banking system. We learned the core banking system is responsible for customer account transactions, balances, deposits, withdrawals, and transfer. So today we are going to learn one of the most important topics in the banking transaction and account balances. So this topic appears in many banking projects because customers frequently contact banks regarding missing transactions, incorrect balances, pending payments, holds on funds transfer issues. As a banking business analyst, understanding how balances work is essential. So what is a transaction? A transaction is a financial activity that changes an account balance. For example, deposit, withdrawal, money transfer, debit card purchase, ATM withdrawal, bill payment, interest payment. Every transaction creates a financial record. Simple example: starting balance $1,000, deposit 500, new balance 1500. The deposited transaction. Another example: starting balance 1500, withdrawal $300, new balance is 1200. So the withdrawal is also transaction. Debit versus credit. These terms often confuse new business analysts. For a customer, debit usually means money leaves the account. Credit usually means money enters the account. Okay, so example: current balance 2000, salary deposit 1500, credit new balance 3500. So ATM withdrawal 500, new balance 3000. So account balances. Banks often display multiple balances. The two most important are current balance and available balance. Current balance represent all posted transaction. Example: current balance 5000. This reflects completed transactions that have been officially recorded. Right. So available balance represents the amount amount the customer can actually use. Example: current balance $5,000, debit card hold 500. This will happen usually when you deposit a check, right? So available balance 4,500. The customer can spend held amount these are for the verification, right? So why do current and available balance are different? Because some transactions are still pending. This is one of the most common customer questions. Pending transaction. A pending transaction has been authorized but not fully posted. Sarah books a hotel room. Hotel place 300, authorization hold. The transaction is approved but not yet finalized. So this will happen. You go to a gas station. Usual credit card transaction happen like this, right? So current balance 2000, available balance 1700, difference 300, pending authorization. Authorization hold and authorization hold temporarily reserves funds. Customer common example: hotel, gas stations, car rentals, online purchases. The merchant wants to ensure funds are available. Real example: current balance 1000, gas station hold 150, available balance 850. Even the final purchase is only 60, the hold may remain temporarily until settlement. Okay, the transaction life cycle. Let's follow debit card purchase. Customer debit purchase $100. Step number 1, card presented. Step number 2, merchant request authorization. Step number 3, bank verify funds. Step number 4, authorization approved. Step number 5, hold placed. Step number 6, merchant submit settlement. Step number 7, transaction posted. Step number 8, hold removed. Step number 9, balance updated. Money transfer example: source account 5000, transfer $1000. Step number 1, customer submit transfer. Step number 2, bank validates account. Step number 3, balance verified. Step number 4, account debited. Step number 5, destination credited. Step number 6, transaction recorded. Step number 7, confirmation generated. Transaction status. Transaction often have status. Example: pending, authorized, posted, completed, rejected, reserved, cancel. Understanding the transaction status is important during the requirements gathering. Reversals. Sometimes transaction must be reversed. Example: merchant accidentally charged customer twice. Bank reverses duplicate charge. Original transaction $100, reversal 100, net impact 0. Banking business rules. Example: customer cannot withdraw more than available balance. Closed account cannot perform transaction. Funds must be available before transfer approval. Duplicate transaction must be prevented. These rules are common in banking projects. Think like a business analyst. Customer complaint, my balance is $2,000, but I can only spend $1,700. A BA investigate, are these authorization holds? Are transaction pending? Did a merchant place a temporary hold? Has settlement occurred? Understanding transaction processing. Help answer these questions. Sample user story. As a banking customer, I want to view my transaction history so that I can track my account activities. Sample acceptance criteria for this scenario. Customer must be authenticated. System must display posted transaction. System must display pending transaction. Transaction amount must be visible. Transaction status must be visible. Sample functional requirement. The system shall display current balances. The system shall display available balances. The system shall display pending transactions. The system shall display transaction status. Things like a BA exercise. Account information. Current balance $3,000. Hotel hold 500. Pending debit card purchase 200. Questions: what is the current balance? What is the available balance? What are the balances? Why the balances different? What transaction status might exceed? Common beginner mistake. Mistake number 1, assuming current balance equal available balance. These are often different. Mistake 2, ignoring pending transaction. Pending activity affects customer spending power. Mistake number 3, not understanding authorization holds. Many customer components involve temporary holds. Lesson summary: transaction represent financial activity that impacts accounts. Important concepts include debit, credit, current balances, available balance, pending transaction, authorization hold, settlement, reversals. As a banking business analyst, understanding transaction processing is critical because many banking systems revolve around transaction management and the balance calculation. So remember this rule: the current balance shows what has posted, available balance shows what the customer can spend. Okay, so that's lesson number 35. Thank you. This lesson we learn about banking transaction and account balances. So today we'll learn one of the most important banking processes, loan processing. Okay, so the loan are one of the primary ways bank generate revenue. As a banking business analyst, you will frequently work on projects involving LOS, loan origination systems, credit card decisioning system, document management system, underwriting platforms, loan servicing systems. Understanding uh, Understanding the complete loan life cycle is essential for a banking BA. Okay, so what is a loan? A loan is money provided by a bank to a customer with agreement that the customer will repay the amount over time. Okay, the customer pays principal, interest, and fees if applicable. Okay, sample example: John, loan amount 20,000, loan term 5 years, interest 8%. John received 20,000 from the bank. He repays the bank through the scheduled payments. Type of bank loans. Bank offer different type of loans. Personal loans used for personal expenses. For example, home renovation, education, medical expenses. Auto loan used to purchase a vehicle. Example: customer buys a car. Bank finance the purchase. Mortgage loan used to purchase property. Example: house, condominium. Usually a long-term loan. Business loan provide to organization used for expansion, equipment purchase, operations. Right. So loan life cycle. A loan moves through the several stages. Let's understand this complete life cycle: loan application, document collection, credit assessment, underwriting, approval decision, loan agreement, funding, repayment, and loan closure. Okay. Step number 1, loan application. The customer applies for a loan application channel: mobile banking app, website, branch, call center. Okay. Customer provide personal information, employment information, income detail, loan amount requested, loan purpose. Okay. Example: customer Sarah requested loan for 30,000, purpose home renovation. Step number 2, document collection. The bank collects supporting documents, for example, identity documents, driver license, passport, income documents, pay stub, employment letter, bank statements, financial documents, existing loans, credit card statements. Business analyst view the BA as: what documents are required? Are documents mandatory? How are documents uploaded? Where are documents stored? Step number 3, credit assessment. The bank evaluates the customer risk. The bank checks credit score, income, employment history, existing debts, payment history. Okay, so the example: in customer income 80,000 per year, existing debt 10,000, credit score excellent. The customer may receive a positive assessment. Step number 4, credit check. The bank connects with the external credit bureaus, example credit history check, credit score retrieval. The system evaluates, can this customer repay a loan? That's the purpose of credit checking with the external credit suppliers. Step number 5, underwriting. Underwriting is the detailed risk assessment process. The underwriter reviews customer profile, financial information, credit history, loan request. The underwriter decide, approve, reject, request more information. Step number 6, loan approval decision. The system authorized employee makes a decision. Possible outcomes: approved, customer receive loan offer; rejected, customer does not meet requirement; pending review, additional information required. Step number 7, loan agreement. If loan approved, the customer receive an agreement. The agreement includes loan amount, interest rate, payment schedule, terms and condition. Customer accept the agreement, right? So step number 8, loan fundings. After acceptance, the bank release funds. Example, loan amount 20,000, funds deposit to customer's account. Step number 7, loan repayment. Customer makes regular payment. Each payment include principal amount and interest payment. Example, monthly payment 450. Breakdown, principal is 300 and interest is 150. Some cases this the rival, the interest is 300 and principal is 150, especially for the mortgage payment. Okay. Step number 10, loan closure. The loan is completed when all payments are made, balance becomes zero, loan status close. Loan process flow: customer applies, documents submitted, credit check, risk assessment, approval decisions, agreement sign, funds release, repayment, loan closed. The system involved in a loan processing. Many systems work together. Loan origination system, LOS, manage application, documents, approval, workflow. Credit bureau system provides credit score, credit history. Document management system, store, pay stub, identification, agreements. Fraud detection system checks suspicious application, identity fraud. Core banking system handles loan account creation, loan balance, payment. Notification system sends approval messages, payment reminders. Think like a business analyst. Business says customers are waiting too long for a loan approval. BA investigate why, where is the delay, application submission, document verification, or credit check, or underwriting, approval workflow, or funding. So sample Epic digital loan application platform, sample feature online personal loan application, sample user story. As a customer, I want to apply for a personal loan online so that I can receive financing without visiting a branch. Acceptance criteria: customer must be authenticated, customer must be enter loan amount, customer must be provide employment information, customer must upload required documents, system must perform credit assessment, system must display application status. Sample functional requirement: the system shall allow customer to submit loan application, system shall validate mandatory application fields, system shall allow customers to upload supporting documents, system shall send application for credit review, the system shall display loan application status. Think like a BA exercise. A customer apply for a 50,000 personal loan. Who are the stakeholders? What systems are involved? What documents might be required? What decision must the bank make? Common beginner mistakes: think loan approval is only the manual process. Modern banks use automated decision system, ignoring compliance requirement. Loan must follow regulation, no understanding integration. Loan systems communicate with many other systems. Lesson summary: the loan lifecycle include application, document collection, credit assessment, underwriting, approval, agreement, funding, repayment, closure. A banking business analyst must understand the process to analyze loan systems or create effectively requirements. Remember this rule: a loan system does not simply approve money, it manages risk, compliance, customer information, and repayment throughout the entire loan's life cycle. So that's the end of lesson number 36. Thank you. Learn about complete loan life cycle. So we learned that a loan moves through application, document collection, credit assessment, underwriting, approval, funding, repayment, and closure. So today we will go deeper into technology behind the loan processing. Loan origination system, LOS. As a banking business analyst, you will often work on LOS project because banks continuously improve their loan lending process. What is a loan origination system? A loan origination system, LOS software platform used by the banks to manage process of creating new loan. It helps the bank move loan application from application submission to loan approval and funding. Simple explanation: without LOS, a customer submit loan request, employees manually collect documents, employees manually check credit, employees manually approve loans. This is slow and error prone. So with an LOS, customer applies loan, system collect information, system validates data, system checks credit, system routes application, loan decision is made. Loan is funded. Why do banks use LOS? Banks use LOS speed up the loan approvals, reduce manual work, improve customer experience, reduce errors, apply consistent lending rules, track applications, support compliance. LOS high-level architecture. A typical LOS connects with multiple systems: customer channel, mobile app, website, branch, loan origination system, credit bureau, fraud detection system, document management system, decision engine, core banking system. Main component of an LOS: application management. This component manages the loan application functions like create application, update application, track status, assign application. So customer example: application ID loan 1001, customer David Johnson, loan amount 50,000, status under review. Customer information: LOS retrieves customer details, source, gift system, customer database, core banking system, information, name, address, employment, existing accounts. Document management: the LOS manages required documents, example identification, income proof, bank statement, tax documents. So business rule: document must be uploaded, validated, stored securely. Credit check integration: the LOS connect with the credit bureaus. The system retrieves credit score, credit history, existing debt. Example: customer credit score 780, risk is low. Decision engine: the decision engine applies business rules. Example: if credit score is greater than 700 and the income is greater than 50,000 and the debt ratio less than 40%, then the approve application. Workflow management: workflow controls the movement of applications submitted, document review, credit review, under review, approval, funding. Notification management: the LOS sends communication, example email, your application has been received, SMS, loan has been approved. Loan application status: a BA must understand application status. Common status: draft, customer started the application but not submitted. Submitted application received by the bank. Pending document, additional information required. Under review, bank is evaluating application. Approved, loan request accepted. Rejected, loan required, request is declined. Funded, money released to customer. End-to-end LOS flow. Let's follow a customer. Customer Sarah request 25,000 personal loan. Step number 1, Sarah opens mobile banking. Step number 2, Sarah submit loan application. Step number 3, LOS create application record. Step number 4, LOS retrieve customer information. Step number 5, customer uploads documents. Step number 6, credit bureau check performed. Number 7, decision engine evaluates rules. Step number 8, loan officer review application. Step number 9, loan approved. Step number 10, LOS and approval to core banking system. Step number 11, loan account created. Step number 12, funds released. Business analyst role in LOS project. A BA working on LOS project performance many activities: requirement gathering. The BA interviews loan officers, credit analysts, compliance team, customers. Questions: how is the loan process today? Where are the delays? What rules determine approval? Process mapping: a BA documents current process as is and the future process to be. Example: as is, customer visit branch, employee enters application manually, approval take 5 days. To be, customer applies online, document uploaded digitally, approval completed within hours. User story for LOS: Epic digital loan origination. Feature: loan application submission. As a customer, I want to submit a loan application online so that I can request financing without visiting branch. Acceptance criteria: customer must provide required information, customer must upload required documents, system must create an application number, customer must receive confirmation. Functional requirement: the system shall allow customers to submit loan application. The system shall generate unique loan application ID. The system shall validate required documents. The system shall integrate with the credit bureau services. The system shall update loan application status. Think like a business analyst. Business say loan approval takes too long. A beginner asks, should we make the system faster? BA investigate, where is the bottleneck? Is document review slow? Is credit checking slow? Are approvals waiting? Are manual steps unnecessary? BA process questions during the requirement gathering. Ask who submit the loan application, who reviews it, what information is required, what rules determines approval, what happens when information is missing, which systems are involved, what notifications are required. Think like a BA exercise. A banks want to improve its personal loan process. Answer current problem, stakeholder, system involved, possible improvement. So common beginner mistakes. Mistake number 1, thinking LOS only stores application. LOS manage entire loan workflow. Mistake number 2, ignoring business rule. Loan approval depends heavily on rules. Mistake number 3, ignoring integration. LOS connect with many banking systems. Lesson summary: a loan origination system manages the journey of the loan application. It handles application, documents, credit check, decision, workflow, approvals, funding. A banking business analyst working on LOS projects must understand both the business process and the technology supporting the process. Remember this rule: the loan origination system where the customer's loan request becomes structured, controlled, and trackable banking process. Thank you. That's the end of lesson number 37. In the previous lesson, we learned about loan origination system, LOS. We learned that the LOS manages the loan journey, application submission, document collection, credit checks, and approval workflow, loan funding. Right. So today we'll learn about the most important decision-making part of the loan process, which is credit decisioning and underwriting. So this is where the bank answers the most important question: should we lend money to this customer? Why credit decisioning exists? When a bank gives a loan, there is always a risk, right? So the customer may pay the loan on time, miss payment, default on the loan. The bank needs process to evaluate risk before lending money. This process is called credit assessment. What is credit decisioning? Credit decisioning is the process evaluating the customer financial information and deciding whether loan should be approved or not. Okay, so this decision can be approved, rejected, or referred for a manual review. Some simple example: customer David requests 50,000 loan. The bank checks income, credit history, existing debt, employment, payment behavior. Based on the result, decision is approved or rejected, right? So what is underwriting? Underwriting is the detailed evaluation of a loan risk. An underwriter reviews customer information, financial documents, credit history, risk factors. The underwriter determines, is this customer likely to repay the loan? Credit decisioning was underwriting. Many beginners confuse these terms. Let's compare credit decisioning and underwriting. Automated evaluation, credit decisioning, detailed risk review, the user's rule scoring, user's judgment and analysis, faster decisions, more complex decisions, often system driven, often human assisted. Okay. Credit score, one of the most important factors in lending, is the credit score. A credit score represents customer credit behavior. It considers payment history, amount of debt, credit history length, credit usage, new credit applications. Credit score example: a customer A, credit score 780, risk is low. Customer B, credit score is 550, risk is higher. The bank may offer different terms based on risk. Debt to income ratio, DTI. Okay. Another important lending measurement is debt to income ratio. It compares customer debt payment against customer income. Formula DTI: monthly debt payments divided by monthly income. Monthly income 5,000, monthly debt payment 1,500, DTI 30%. So lower DTI usually indicates lower risk, credit decision progress. Let's follow a loan application. Customer Sarah loan requested 25,000. Step number 1: Application submitted. Step number 2 allows collect customer information. Step number 3 credit viewer information retrieved. Step number 4 decision engine evaluates rules. Step number 5 risk score calculated, decision generated, possible outcome approved, loan continued rejected, or customer notified, manual review, underwriter review the application. So automated decisioning engine, modern banks use the decision engines. Decision engines apply business rules automatically. Example, rule number: if credit score greater than 700 and income greater than 60,000, then approve. Rule number 2, if credit score less than 500, then reject. Rule number 3, if application is unusual, then send for manual review. So business rules in credit decisioning: example, income rule: customer must have a minimum income. Example, annual income must be greater than 40,000. Credit score rule: customer must meet minimum credit score. Credit score must be above 650. Employment rule: customer must have stable employment. Debt rule: customer debt cannot exceed allowed limits. Credit score decisioning system architecture: a typical flow: customer application, loan origination system, credit decision engineering, credit bureau, risk scoring system, underwriting system, decision, core banking system. So system involved, a BA should understand the system. Loan origination system, manage application. Credit bureau system provides credit history. Decision engine applies approval rules. Risk management system calculates risk. Document management system store evidence. Core banking system credit creates loan amount after approval. Business analyst role: a BA working on credit decisioning project must understand business rules. Example, what credit score is required. Decision logic: example, when should an application go to manual review. Data requirement: example, what information required to calculate risk. Integration requirement: example, how does the system connect to credit bureau. Sample user story: feature automated loan decisioning. User story: as a loan officer, I want the system automatically evaluates the loan application so that decision can be made faster and consistently. Acceptance criteria: system must retrieve customer credit information. System must evaluate approval rules. System must calculate risk score. System must generate decisioning outcomes. System must route exceptions for manual review. Functional requirement: let's understand. The system shall retrieve credit bureau information. The system shall calculate customer risk score. The system shall apply lending rules. System shall generate approval decision. System shall send exception to underwriting. So think like a business analyst. Business problem: too many loan applications are require manual review. A BA investigate why are the application failing. Automated rule: are rules too strict? Is the customer data incomplete or integration failing? Can the process be improved? Real project example: a bank wants faster personal loan approval. Current process loan approval takes 5 days. Future process automated decision within minutes. BA activity: analyze the current process, identify rules, document requirements, map integration, support testing. Think like a BA exercise. Customer John information: income 90,000, credit score 790, debt low. Question: would this customer likely be considered low or high risk? What system provide information for this decision? Who reviews exceptions? Why are the business rule important? Common beginner mistake. Mistake number 1: thinking loan approval is only based on credit score. Bank consider multiple factors. Mistake number 2: thinking in automation removes human completely. Complex still require human review. Mistake number 3: ignoring regulatory requirements. Credit decisioning must be fair and compliant. Lesson summary: credit decisioning determines whether bank should approve a loan. It uses credit score, income information, debt analysis, business rules, risk models. Underwriting provide deeper analysis for complex cases. Banking business analyst must be understand decision logic, data requirements, system integration, business rules. Remember this rule: a bank does not approve loans because the customer asks money. It approves loan because the customer meet risk and business criteria. So that's the end of lesson number 38. About loan processing, loan origination system, credit decisioning, underwriting. Today we will learn another major area of banking: payment systems and payment processing. Payments are foundation of modern banking. Everyday customers use debit cards, credit cards, online banking, mobile banking, electronic fund transfer. Behind every payment, multiple systems communicate to safely move money. As a banking business owner, you will often work on Payment platform, transaction process system, API integration, fraud detection system, settlement systems, core banking integration. What is a payment? What is a payment? A payment is the transfer of the money from one party to another. Example: Sarah buys groceries. Customer: Sarah, merchant, Walmart. Purchase amount $100. The bank moves money from Sarah's account to the merchant, right? So why are payment systems important? The payment system allow customers to buy product, pay bills, transfer money, receive salaries, send money internationally. Without payment system, modern banking cannot function. Payment participants. As a simple payment involves many participants. Example: customer, merchant, payment terminal, payment network, customer bank, merchant bank. Real world example: Sarah used her debit card to buy groceries. She tapped her card. Within second, merchant received payment request. Bank checks account. Bank approves the payment. Merchant receive confirmation. Transaction is recorded. Looks like simple, but many systems work together. Payment processing flow. Let's understand the complete journey. Step number 1: customer initiate the payment. Sarah purchase groceries. Transaction details: amount $100. Merchant: Walmart. Payment method: debit card. Okay, so Walmart is a grocery store in Canada. So step number 2: payment terminal send request. The payment machine captures card information, transaction amount, merchant detail, transaction time. The request is sent for authorization. Step number 3: payment network routes request. The payment request travel through the payment network. Example: Visa, MasterCard, Interact. The network identify the customer's bank. Step number 4: bank validates the payment. The bank check customer account. Is the account active? Available balance: does the customer have enough money? Fraud is: does this transaction look suspicious? Card status: is the card valid? Step number 5: authorization response. The bank send the response. Possible outcome: approved, payment can continue, decline, payment cannot proceed, reason: insufficient fund, expired card, fraud detection, account restrictions. Step number 6: settlement. Authorization is not final movement of the money. Settlement completes the actual transfer. Example: customer bank transfer fund to the merchant bank. Authorization was versus settlement. This is an important concept of banking BS: authorization. Question: can this transaction happen? Example: customer has enough money. Settlement question: move the actual money. Example: funds are transferred between banks. Type of payments: banks are support many payment method. Debit card payment: money is directly taken from customer's bank account. Example: Sarah buys groceries, account balance decreases. Credit card payment: customer uses borrowed credit card. Example: credit limit 5,000, purchase 500, remaining credit 4,500. Electronic fund transfer, EFTs: electronic movement of money. Example: payroll deposit, bill payment, direct deposits. Wire transfer, used for larger transaction. Example: business payment, international transfers. Interact transfer, common example in Canada, used for person to person money transfer. Example: Sarah sent $1,000 to John. Payment status life cycle: payment move through the different status. BMS understand this. Initiated: customer start payment. Authorized: bank approves the payment. Pending: payment is waiting for completion. Completed: payment successfully processed. Decline: payment rejected. Reverse: payment cancel after completion. Payment system architecture. A typical payments architecture looks like: customer application, payment API, payment gateway, fraud detection system, payment processor, core banking system, transaction database. System involved in payments: mobile banking system allows customers to initiate a payment. Payment gateway handles the payment request. Payment network routes transaction. Fraud detection system identify the suspicious activity. Core banking system update the account balances. Transaction database store the payment history. Fraud checks during the payments. Before approving payments, bank analyze transaction amount, customer location, device information, previous spending patterns, merchant risk. Example: normal behavioral customer spend $50 to $100 daily, suddenly 15,000 purchases overseas. The fraud system may block transaction, requires additional information for verification. Send alert. Business rules in payment system. Example: rule number 1: customer must have sufficient available balances. Rule number 2: inactive card cannot process payment. Rule number 3: large transaction require additional authentication. Rule number 4: failed payment must not reduce customer balance. Rule number 5: duplicate transaction must be prevented. Business analyst role in payment projects. A banking business analyst must analyze payment process. How does the money move? Business rules. What condition must be met? Data requirement. What information is required? Integration. Which systems communicate? Exceptions. What happens when payments fail? Sample epic. Digital payment processing platform. Sample feature debit card payment processing. Sample user stories. A banking customer, I want my debit card payment to be processed instantly so that I can complete purchase quickly. Acceptance criteria. Customer must have an active account. Customer must have a valid debit card. System must validate available balance. Fraud check must be completed. Approved payment must be updated. Account balance. Customer must receive confirmation. Functional requirement. The system shall accept debit card payment request. Functional requirement 2. The system shall validate customer account status. Functional requirement 3. The system shall check available balance. Functional requirement 4. The system shall perform fraud validation. Functional requirement 5. The system shall record completed transaction. Think like a business analyst. Business problem. Customer reports that payments sometimes fail. A BA investigate questions. Where did the failure happen? Was the card valid? Was the account active? Did fraud rules block the payment? Did the payment gateway respond? Did core banking update correctly? So payment defect example issue. Customer was charged twice for one purchase. Possible causes merchants and duplicate request, network timeout, retry logic issue, transaction processing, reprocessing error. B analyze the end-to-end process to identify the root causes. Okay, think like a BA exercise scenario. Sarah purchased a laptop for 1500 using her debit card. Answer: who are the participants? What systems are involved? What checks happen before approval? What happens if the payment is declined? Common beginner mistakes. Mistake number 1: think payments happen instantly without processing steps. Many systems communicate behind the scenes. Mistake number 2: confusing authorization with the settlement. They are different stages. Mistake number 3: ignoring failed payments and exception. Payment failures are important. BA scenarios. Lesson summary. Payment system allow money to move between customers, merchants and banks. Important concept: payment initiation, authorization, approval, decline, settlement, transaction status, fraud checks. System integration. A banking business analyst must understand the payment processing because payments are one of the largest areas of banking technology. Remember this rule: